Recording in progress.
Yeah, that's a very interesting skill set.
That's jiving.
It doesn't.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 School Board Regular Meeting. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. We would like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Ms. Sanderson.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mrs. Tuttle, can we get the roll call, please?
Mr. Rhodes is excused. Colonel Williamson by Zoom.
Here.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey by Zoom is expected. Mr. Sampson.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Matheson is excused. Mr. Doran.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Marati. Here. Thank you. Mrs. Smith.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you so much. Our first item is the 2021 ASAA First National Bank Alaska Wrestling State Champions. Core value, maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Several district wrestlers, including the Lathrop girls wrestling team, captured state championship titles at the 2021 ASAA First National Bank Alaska Wrestling State Championships, held in December. Lathrop head coach Wes Bockert, West Valley head coach Kaylin Baxter, and North Pole head coach Junior Lambert, and Hutchison head coach Michael Hatfield will make the presentation at the podium. I'd like to meet you over at the podium, please.
West Valley would like to honor Alice Bent for the state championship in the girls' 235-pound title. First state champion under my reign as head coach at West Valley, so it's a big accomplishment. Good job, Alice.
And I'd like to present the certificate to Seth Briesmeister from Hutchison High School. Won state championship in the 189 weight class this year. Seth's a senior. It's our first state championship ever. But the biggest reward for me is to see what sort of a young man he's grown into over the last 6 years. I've had the pleasure of working with him. Seth.
Good evening. I'm not Junior Lambert. He's about that tall. And he couldn't be here because this podium's too tall. But they said to come here and say some nice things. And I don't know if Mr. Smith's here, but when Rich Smith sees me behind a microphone, he gets scared. But they said, you come do it anyway. So I'm here to present here to Emily Belant. She's your 21, 22, 160-pound, undefeated women's 160-pound wrestling champion. That pretty much sums it up. But if I would say some more, I could also add, she's also last year's state champion at the same weight, but we didn't have one of these. So, and there's other girls out here that are the same case, but we didn't have that. And 34 girls stepped on the mat with Emily, and she pinned every one of them. And if I could say even some more, I've coached her since 6th grade, and it's been a joy, mostly. The thing you gotta know about wrestlers is they're always hungry, so they're not always as jovial, but Emily's a wonderful, talented young lady, and she can even sing. In fact, she's Belle in Beauty and the Beast. So if you're not doing anything, school board, on Friday night at 7 o'clock, Emily will be Belle. And she's got this beautiful gold dress, and she's a wonderful singer. So I think that's probably a record. She's probably the meanest Belle in history. I think now I have embarrassed her enough. I think I'm even. Emily, get up here. That's how I am.
Just like Coach Shoemaker there, I'm not Wes Bockert. I've still got hair. I'm working on the belly. I'm just not quite there. But the girls team for Lathrop did an excellent job this year. Came out and kind of dominated the field. So excellent job to all the Lathrop girls wrestlers. Have a first place for Amaya Kuhn. Is Amaya here today? Nope. This next one, I'm Danny Pullen. I'm kind of a helper there, but this next one's my daughter, Autumn Pullen. She's not only a state champ, but a 2-time state champ and a 3-time finalist. She also won the academic award there as well. Next one I watched kind of wrestle through the years is Heaven Matheny. Also winner of the academic award. Kayla Nations. Is Kayla here today? Kaylana, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Kirsten Bockert. Been an excellent partner to Autumn through the years and heck of a wrestler. Megan Spencer. Good job, Megan. Last but not least, Rowan Cook. One of them's here. And for the boys division, we've got our 285-pounder Noah Curtis. Do have one here for Colton Perdun. He's actually wrestling right now in Moldova, actually. So he's with the Team Alaska group, the national team and wrestling for us over there. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the wrestlers. Can we get one more round of applause for all of their hard work and effort? Next item on our agenda is the ESP of the month. Core value, high expectations. Maintain high expectations and educational opportunities to inspire high achievement. Jamie Mortensen, Wood River Elementary School Administrative Secretary, will be recognized as the ESP of the month for February 2022. Grant Guy, Wood River Elementary School Principal, will make the presentation. If you can come up to the podium, please.
Good evening, my name is Grant Guy. I'm the principal at Wood River Elementary, and it is my honor to be here tonight to present the Educational Support Professional Award of the month for February to Jamie Martinson. As our administrative secretary, Jamie is extremely organized. She updates classroom and club account budgets over Google Sheets so that everyone always has access to them. She works with our teachers to maintain supply closets and basic necessities such as laminating film and paper. She works with people to monitor daily time clock and also making sure that their times are accurate. She has spent an enormous amount of time recently finding subs for all of our classrooms and providing coverage, moving people around our building to make sure that classes were covered when they needed to be covered. If she were to simply focus on just those elements of her job, she would be deserving of this award. But she does so much more for our school. What makes Jamie stand out from other individuals that I have worked with is that she is constantly looking for ways to make our school better and to positively interact with everyone around her. Several years ago, before COVID, we were struggling to find subs. And so Jamie came up with an idea to open what is called our school snack shack. She has snacks and drinks available for our staff to purchase. And with that money, she turns around and gives every single substitute that comes into Wood River a free snack. It's our way of saying thank you, and we appreciate you for working at our school and working with our kids. Over the last several years, she's also organized Baked Potato Day. Staff can get onto a Google survey. They can order their potato along with 4 or 5 different sides. And then we take that money and we have a huge end of the year staff party to celebrate a job well done. She organized themes. So we do quarterly bake-offs or soup-offs or a variety of other things that we like to do. People bring in a dish and we get to try a variety of different recipes. Our next theme is tailgate, and I've been told that I better be bringing ribs. On a more personal level, Jamie is always looking to build up the people around her. One staff member said it best when she stated, "Jamie goes above and beyond always. She finds some way to make every person in the school feel important and special." Another staff member added, "Jamie always greets me with a smile and makes you feel like your issue is the most important item on the agenda at that moment, no matter what is on her plate." In addition to the day-to-day contact she has with people, she's always recognizing birthdays, pulling the staff together to sign cards, and organize many of our retirement gifts at the end of the year. A longtime staff member, when asked, "Why does Jamie deserve this award?" replied, "She regularly spearheads fun team-building activities like our soup-offs, our staff appreciation events, birthday recognitions, farewell gifts, and a plethora of other inclusive activities. She differentiates activities based on individual preferences and will use surveys to figure out new plans, and by regularly talking to staff, always makes things exciting and new. When Jamie is not building up everyone around her, she's helping to ensure that our most vulnerable are taken care of. For months during this school year, Wood River did not have a school nurse. Jamie stepped up, took over most of the nursing duties, in addition to continuing her own job. This combination of attention to detail, organization, and a constant desire to make those around her feel included and valued is why Jamie Martinson is a leader at Wood River and why she is deserving of this award. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm honored and grateful to have been nominated and to have been chosen for this award. Having attended Wood River myself, I love that my own kids got to attend Wood River and that now I get to work there. It's very fun, and I'm very biased, and I think it's the best school out there. But I can honestly say that I love going to work every day. I love it. I love the people I work with, the educators we get to work with, the office staff. They put up with a lot from me, my crazy ideas, and there are many more than what he has said. They're just supportive, and they're fun, and they put up with my pranking, and I joke constantly. I'm rarely serious, but laughter is my motto. To be kind, to be generous, to have gratitude, and to smile often. And so I'm very appreciative of this award. And for all of you admins out there, I know we're all working hard. This has been a super stressful year. We're all doing it together. We're supporting each other. And so I see all of you, and I appreciate all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you again and congratulations. We are moving to the adoption of the agenda. Core value, student-centered, center everything we do on the student and student learning. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member any time prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Thank you. Can we get the vote, please?
Colonel Williamson.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Can we please have the presentation of the agenda items?
The board has accepted an award in the amount of $415,924 for the School Violence Prevention Program grant from the United States Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policy Services per fiscal note 2022-39. The board has approved the district's procurement and warehousing department's request to solicit donations of approximately 300 pallets at an approximate value of $6,000 through direct contact with the local vendors in preparation of consolidation and relocation of school assets and supplies. West Valley High School's request to raise funds to send 5 Marine Corps Junior ROTC cadets and 1 staff member to Salt Lake City, Utah, April 5th through the 10th, 2022 to compete in the National Championship Air Rifle Match, with the district covering costs of a substitute, and if any local, state, or federal travel for health warnings are issued, students will not travel. And West Valley High School's request to raise funds to send the school's We the People student group, approximately 14 students and 2 to 3 chaperones, to Washington, D.C., April 22nd through the 26th, 2022, to compete virtually in the National We the People competition from Washington, D.C., explore the area and museums, and visit with senators and representatives, with the district covering the substitute costs, and if any local, state, or federal travel or health warnings are issued, the students will not travel. The board has accepted a donation of $1,000 from Clean and Serene LLC to Lathrop High School to support the school's boys basketball program, a donation of $24,000 from the West Valley High School Basketball Booster Club at West Valley High School to support the school's boys and girls basketball programs, and the monthly management reports for January 2022. The board has approved the personal action report for the period January 21st through February 3rd, 2022, and the minutes from the January 28th, January 29th, and February 8th, 2022 work sessions, and the January 31st, 2022 special meeting as submitted. The board has acknowledged the personnel information report from the period January 21st through February 3rd, 2022, the board's reading file, and the board's coming events and meeting announcements.
Thank you very much. We are now at public comments on reports and non-agenda items. Public comments on reports and non-agenda items include public input on salaries, benefits, and any other contractual items regarding the ESSA, FEA and FPA negotiations. Core value, engage with students, families, staff, and community to support student success. Public comments on reports and non-agenda items are limited to 2 minutes per person for a maximum of 1 hour total. People who have signed up in advance through the school board office to testify in person or by Zoom will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1 hour time limit has been reached. A person testifying shall state their full name, spelling their last name, and their city of residence for the record. Board members may ask questions for clarification, although there is time at the end of each meeting for school board and superintendent comments. Some concerns may not be able to be addressed immediately, as additional information may be needed to be gathered. Public input is welcome on salaries, benefits, and any other contractual items regarding the ESSA, FEA, and FP negotiations. We will go to our first person who is signed up, and that would be Jeanette Fortune. If you will come up to the podium, state your first name, spell out your last, and give us your city of residence.
Have to sit? I'm just asking.
No,
Okay.
as long as we can hear you through the microphone.
Okay, great. I'm going to move this to the side. All right. So my full name is Jeanette A. Fortune, Fortune, and I reside in Fairbanks. Good evening. 5 years ago, the school board asked elementary schools to come up with a plan that would meet the needs of our district students while providing an option of choice for parents of 7th and 8th graders beyond that of the magnet and charter schools. We at LAD answered that call. We spent a year closely examining our students' needs and what skills and opportunities we could provide to meet those needs. The board eagerly agreed to our plan. The school board was correct. The community did want such an option, and the applications to apply to our K-8 rolled in. However, we were forced to limit the number of 7th and 8th graders we could accept due to the fact that we were not given any additional funding to implement the school board's vision. However, we continued to persevere. I am proud to have witnessed over the 4 years the skills our students have gained. They are, in fact, resilient leaders. Our students have choice through encore options, consistency through multi-age classrooms, teachers that loop up and down grade levels, and the ability for military students to stay at LAD the length of their parents' stationed assignment. I will leave you with this. Is now the time to limit parent choice for our community? Are all 5th grade students who have been out of school buildings for a year and a half developmentally ready for the challenges they will face within a junior high structure? And if not, why not provide those parents a choice as well? And finally, doesn't allowing LAD to remain a K-8 school only strengthen our community and the children it serves? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fortune. Next, we have Thaddeus J., and you spell it O-C-H-S? Junior? Oh,
Like 5th grade, yeah.
perfect. If you'll just state your name, spell your last name, give us your city of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thaddeus Oaks Jr., O-C-H-S, and I reside in Fairbanks. Good evening. My name is TJ. I'm a 6th grade teacher at LAD Elementary, and I'm here tonight to ask you to consider retaining LAD as a K-8 school option for our students, community, and teachers. As a teacher at LAD, I am fortunate to see the district's mission of providing excellent and equitable education to all students being implemented every day in the halls of my school. In fact, just 3 years ago, when my wife and I moved from a rural village to Fairbanks, one factor that led us to choose this wonderful community as our new home was the innovation on display at LAD Elementary, innovation being one of the district's stated core values. Through the interview process, I was excited as Corey Anthony detailed the opportunities to instruct on-core elective classes, work in multi-age classrooms, and build real rapport with Fairbanks and military families. LAD was trying to enact a competency-based model of learning where students drove instruction and in the 6th through 8th grades had real leadership opportunities in a safe and consistent environment. As a former service member myself and spouse to a former military family member, I know the value of consistency for our military-connected students at LAD. At our school, families at PCS to our region need not worry about multiple transitions once enrolled. They are able to forge a stable and trusting relationship with the teachers and administrative staff over the course of their years there. As those students enter our 7th and 8th grades, they are able to reap the benefits of more time and attention in a select class that also happens to help prevent overcrowding at other district schools. To see the innovation and student-centered values the district prides itself on, all one has to do is walk the halls of our school to see the students are able to take part in a welcoming, safe, and consistent learning environment in order to succeed and contribute to our local community. Again, I urge you to consider, in accordance with the district's stated mission and values, to retain LAD's K-8 status as an option for families in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. Next, we have Corey Anthony. If you will come up, say your first name, spell out your last name, and give us your area of residence.
Hello, my name is Corey Anthony. My last name is Anthony, and I live in Fairbanks. I'm honored to be the principal of LAD's K-8, and almost 6 years ago, our school board and administration recognized a decline in enrollment for our district's 7th and 8th graders. The board tasked the administration with finding a solution. Research was done and surveys were sent, of course. We learned that many parents were choosing for their children to leave the district during these grades for a variety of reasons. Several schools were asked to create K-8 models, and at one point, all of the elementary schools were reviewed for capacity and potential for K-8. Ultimately, 3 schools were selected as a choice for parents. I'm here to advocate to the board and administration for the continuation of LAD as a school of choice for our middle school age students. After spending over a year planning what was best for students, we built our program. We remained an attendance area school for K-6, and over the last 4 years, we invited in 7th and then 8th graders through a lottery system. With very minimal outreach, we attracted students from homeschool programs outside of our district, BEST, nearby schools, and of course, LAD. I chose to cap the enrollment at 22 this year since we were only provided 1 teacher and the students' unique needs required a more personalized approach. I'll allow others here tonight to share the success story of LAD's K-8. I just want to state that allowing LAD's lottery for 7th and 8th grade to continue and expanding it to include 6th grade is a win for everyone involved. It is a win for the board, who committed to providing choice to the families just 4 years ago. It's a win for the district because it will help with the over 95% capacity at Tanana, and it will cost the district nothing additional to allocate 2 teachers to that option. And it is a big win for the students, and let us never forget our students. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but we have others.
Mr. Doran, Mr. Sampson. I'll go from there.
Thank you, Ms. Anthony, for coming tonight. Having had the chance to see from the very inception how you and your staff and students and parents have all pulled together to make this happen, just looking forward, and I'm sure the high numbers that are projected for middle school, in terms of your building, I'm just thinking of capacity. If you expanded the program, you will be picking up some students from boundary changes that are being proposed. Do you have the room to expand? Could you explain a little bit your capability to handle that if you got the go-ahead to continue?
Sure. So yes, we do have space in LAD to accept any of the students that are in the proposed boundary changes, as well as to continue with a 7/8 class and a 6th grade class. We could actually take more, if that was the direction of the school board, to have maybe 2 6th grades or a full 7th, full 8th. We actually have 5 empty classrooms right now. So we have the space to be able to do that.
And if I could ask one other question.
One more, yes.
With your Encore program right now, it's not just the 7th and 8th graders who are getting that. Could you just
Sure.
Remind me? I think I have the range of grades that are involved, but could you?
Yeah, so our Encores are designed to support our 4th through 8th grade students. And what that looks like briefly is 4 different electives each quarter. So we have 2 on one day and then 2 different ones the next day. And the teachers and the specialists provide the instruction.
Thank you.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, President Luke. Ms. Anthony, thank you for your time. Having visited your school, I'd like to say thank you first off for the warm welcome that I received. The walkthrough was enjoyable to say the least. The atmosphere was controlled and it was happy, and I enjoyed the walkthrough. The fact that the district has made the decision to go to a 6-8 model, I don't believe should preclude the conversation of your school and the 2 other schools that are in the district concerning the matter that you've brought before us today. My question is, and I hope we have time to have that conversation and give some thought to that. I think it would behoove us to do so. You mentioned the other 2 schools. Would you be so kind as to tell us, to the community, the other 2 schools?
Well, we have Arctic Light, which also includes the 7-8, and then the other school that's currently operating like that is Joy. So we would not look at continuing that, obviously, due to their closure.
Thank you.
I have one quick question for you, Ms. Anthony. You talked about capacity, that this year you have 22. Would you be able to accommodate a complete 7th grade class, 6th grade class, and 8th grade class in your current structure with that PTR?
Yep, we could do that. I think a middle ground would be, about 25, 26 students. I think in the middle schools, the PTR is 29. We could go that high. Do I think that that's what's best for all of our students that are needing that smaller size, which is why they're choosing to stay in a K-8? No. So I would be more of a proponent of the 25. But if you guys directed us to go up to 29, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
President Luke?
Oh, yep, Mr. Sampson?
Can you just touch on the fact that your location is extremely close to Tanana? And in the event that you did remain, your school remained the model in which it is, which is houses both 1st graders and 5th graders and 7th graders and 6th graders, that if for some reason that didn't work out in the future, those students would be in the same, they would just go probably to the school right down the street, or I guess it would still remain a lottery. Did you have any thoughts on that? If the lottery, it should stay a lottery, or how does that work in as far as?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So currently the K-6 is attendance area. We have primarily 7th and 8th graders that are in our attendance area, so they ride the buses with our students. We do have some students from other schools in the area that would feed into Tanana. Currently, they're providing their own transportation, but like you said, it's next door. So I see a real win, since we start only 5 minutes apart from each other, that if other Tanana feeder school students wanted to attend, they could easily take the bus to Tanana and walk over to LAD. That would be an easy win for everybody. And then, like you said, if this were to taper off in the future, then the majority of those students would be attending Tanana, hopefully. Hopefully that's what their parents would pick instead of withdrawing them from our district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Herrick. If you will come up, give us your first name, spell out your last name, give us your city of residence, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Name's Robert Herrick. Last name is Herrick. I live in Fairbanks, and I'm the parent of a third grader at Pearl Creek. So as information is sort of dribbled out over the past few weeks, we've learned that moving the sixth graders to middle schools not only does not have anything to do with saving money, it actually will involve spending a fair amount of money. Also, the implementation will prohibit a variety of other much higher cost-saving options. Even after the 3 closings of the elementary schools, there still will be more capacity to house the sixth graders there than at the middle schools. And it's clear that there's going to be space and logistical issues associated with increasing the middle school populations by 50% to nearly 100% capacity. My recommendation is that the district postpone this activity until at least the fiscal crisis and the busing crisis are largely solved. But at a minimum, I don't see any reason why the parents of each fifth grader cannot be given the choice to decide whether the current fifth graders, whether their child continues in elementary school next year or moves to middle school. If the district's survey is correct, then about half of the parents would choose to enroll their sixth grader in middle school, and then you have a very nice experiment that you can conduct. An independent external evaluation could then be conducted during the next year to compare learning outcomes and parental satisfaction between the 2 configurations. My feeling is that current fifth graders have already had the last 2 years of their lives pretty disrupted, and I think that they should at least have the option to continue on in elementary school for sixth grade if they so desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marotti?
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. You mentioned that the implementation will prohibit other cost-saving options. I was just wondering if you could expand on that.
Well, basically if you don't move the sixth graders, then there's a variety of ways that you can reconfigure the district and still keep all the schools under capacity. For instance, you could choose to completely close a middle school. You could choose to go to a 7-9 model and a 10-12 model, and then you would be able to, if you did that, you could close Lathrop and make West Valley and Hutchinson a combined school and have a single high school for the whole Fairbanks area. If you had not closed the elementary schools, you could have gone to the successful K-8 model for all the elementary schools and been able to close probably all the middle schools or 2/3 of the middle schools. If you gave options for parents to choose whether to go to a middle school or keep their kid in elementary school, then you could probably close 1 or 2 of the middle schools. So once you lock into the 6-8 middle school option, you take a lot of possibilities off the table. And obviously something like closing Lathrop saves you a whole lot of money, but you know, we've never had that discussion, so thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Claudia Markham? Come up, state your name, spell your last name, give us your city of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, Claudia Markham, Markham. I'm a retired teacher. I retired from Borealson Charter School after 31 years of service, and I also served on the APC. My city of residence is Fairbanks. In December 21, a number of bylaws changes were voted in at Borealson Charter School. They concern the composition of the APC and the way in which members are voted in or appointed. These bylaws changes will necessarily be brought to you in the near future in order to be approved or not, and there is one particular change to which I would like to draw your attention. The phrase, 2 more voting members will be appointed, was voted in. It goes on to say, The tribal seat will be held by a member appointed by the DEIB Council. The mentor seat will be appointed by the APC. I would like to emphasize that these appointed seats will be voting seats. This sets a precedent in the state and is different from the way in which appointed seats are being handled here at the school board, which I would think represents best practices. The AASB, who was specifically asked about the situation, responded, "For school boards, only publicly elected individuals by law have the right and responsibility to vote and govern. Other members of the board, such as a member from the military or a tribe, will only have an advisory vote. The laws pertaining to charter schools are not as clearly defined. The tribal seat would be appointed by Boreal Sons DEIB Council. The members of the DEIB Council self-select. The APC has no influence over the DEIB's membership." The AASB wrote, "I am inherently cautious about locally elected governing boards feeding authority to entities outside of their sphere of responsibility. It is hard for me to say it absolutely should not be considered, but it should be well scrutinized. So I would like to ask you to indeed scrutinize this section of the bylaws change very well when it is brought before you, and to consider whether a local APC should be allowed to give away governance to a self-selecting group outside their sphere of accountability and influence. While not expressly forbidden by the law pertaining, it does not follow your example. It would set precedent."
Mrs. Markham, I apologize. That's time.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, Ms. Markham. You spoke about the laws pertaining to charter schools doesn't preclude having DEI members on the board. I respectfully, I didn't realize you were coming in today, but I would suggest that you look up Alaska statutes, Title 14, Education, Libraries, and Museums, to confirm as much, as I do believe you are to be correct. I want to ask you, you mentioned that there could be a possible policy change or a change in the makeup of the APC board without the school board's notification. I'm not understanding that. Our policy and state law is extremely clear on that. Can you reiterate
All right.
your position?
So the APC voted in a bylaws change. For that bylaws change to become valid at the school, it will have to be approved by you. So within the next few school board meetings, these bylaws changes will have to be presented to you. And my point in coming here today was to point out that the change they voted in was to say that 2 more voting members will be appointed. The quote you're asking me about the laws pertaining to charter schools not being as clearly defined, that was a quote from a letter that the AASB sent to us as a group who are concerned about this bylaws change. And I turned in to the board before this meeting a copy of that letter, the entire letter. But I'm now, due to the time constraint, I'm only able to quote a very small part of it. Did I clarify did I answer your question?
You did, and I just have one quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
You're speaking in reference to policy committees and the establishment of policy committees in reference to charter schools. And my question is if you are familiar with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District School Board Policy. It's code 935.22. It is active, and it was adopted February 20th of 1996. And I'll just simply read the first paragraph. Charter schools shall establish an academic policy committee. Each application for a charter school shall include a description of the academic policy committee and its procedures. The academic policy committee shall consist of parents of students attending or planning to attend the charter school, teachers at the charter school, or teachers who agree to teach at the charter school, and employees of the charter school,
Mr.
or
Sampson.
employees who agree to work at the charter.
Mr. Sampson, let's stick with a question.
The question is this: having heard the district's policy, do any of the DEI members, are they parents or teachers?
Some of them are. However, the person who is going to be appointed will not necessarily be such a person. The DEIB has reserved the right to appoint anyone who is either a member of the school or not a member of the school. My point is not that a DEIB member be a member of the APC. I did not apparently make that abundantly clear. The point is that the member will be appointed, but the member will be a voting member, not an advisory member. Whereas here, the appointed members at the school board and in the rest of the state and in the rest of the charter schools, if you are an appointed member, not a voted-in member, then you are an advisory member. And here the change is that it would be a voting member, and therefore it would set precedent in the state. And the AASB advises strongly against it. Did I answer the question?
You did, thank you.
Thank you for the follow-up.
Mr. Dorn, did you have a question?
Yes, just quickly. And you may have just hit it, your last comment. I know Boreal Sun, and we know that the Boreal Sun APC and staff have been working very closely with AASB. And so given the latest information from AASB, is it your expectation that the APC will continue to look at that? Yes, eventually, if bylaw changes, it will come back to the board as part of the contract. But this is in the Boreal Sun APC's ballpark right now. Is that correct?
And it has been since December. And the APC has received a lengthy letter from a member of the staff quoting extensively and sharing with the APC the letter from the AASB. And at this time, there is no expectation that the APC will change the wording. As a matter of fact, there will be follow-up information coming to you regarding how this change in wording came about and whether or not it came about in an ethical way that followed the rules of Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, and thank you. I'm just going to leave it there, that it's in the APC hands right now.
It is, but there is no expectation that anything will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you so much for bringing the information to our attention.
Thank you.
Next, we have David DeLong.
Mr. DeLong, can you hear us?
Hello, my name is David DeLong, DE_LONG. And I would just like to say that the most important people, the most important employees at the school district are the ones that care for and teach our children. That's teachers, aides, counselors, nurses, people working in the schools. I know it's tough, but when you look at the numbers and you look at the budgets, these are the last people that you want to lay off. They're the most important employees. They're second after the children, after the kids. It's pretty tough to get layoff notices, and some teachers and aides have been getting them. It's very discouraging. It makes you want to look elsewhere, and I think that is happening. Some of our best are leaving after getting experience here. So it's kind of a net drain on us. So we need to do what we can to protect them. The other thing is this putting sixth graders in with seventh and eighth graders, seems like a really bad idea. Not only are kids changing a lot then, but the whole structure of the school in junior high is different than elementary school. I would not want to have missed my kids to have missed sixth grade at an elementary school. But that's what and yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Natalie, and it's Gillogly, and I will not attempt to pronounce it. I apologize. Gillogly? Thank you. If you'll just state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and then you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Natalie Glogly, that's spelled Gillogly. I'm a resident of Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm a current 8th grader at Ladd Elementary, Ladd K-8, I should say, and I would like to request that you guys consider keeping Ladd a K-8. I personally have experienced a lot of growth through the experiences provided from a K-8. I was not developmentally ready to go to a conventional middle school. I would have got drawn into the drama of all my peers and not been able to focus on my work. But I really benefited from the class sizes provided by Ladd. Last year we had less than 20 students in our class in person, and then this year we have 22 students. And due to that, we've been able to have a lot more time with the teachers, and they've been able to give us a little bit more attention when you're struggling with certain subjects. I also would like to say that we have also been given jobs around the school, such as our encore of leadership in the morning, where we get to help out in the office with signing in late students and helping Mr. David with the breakfast line. Due to some of these responsibilities, we've also been given the chance last year to organize a food drive, which was quite successful. And I know I'm not alone in benefiting from these opportunities. I've seen other students and my own confidence spiral through, not spiral, grow due to the fact that we've been given these smaller class sizes and the ability to actually help others, which in a way helps us to help ourselves. So to conclude, I'd like to reiterate on the fact that I'd like you guys to reconsider keeping Ladd a K-8 school. Thank you for your time and consideration. Any questions?
Mr. Doran.
Thank you for your testimony, and it's always special for us to hear directly from students. You talked about some of the opportunities you have had to help in other areas of the school and stuff like this. And the thought, as you were talking right away, came to me is you're a top classman. You're in the leadership of the school. Could you talk, and I won't have you speak for all your peers, but from your perspective, a student perspective, the value of your leadership presence of older students with younger students throughout the building? Could you just give us a couple of perspectives on that?
Just to clarify, you're asking how we help the younger students as the upperclassmen?
Right, and you said you've gained a lot, and you see your peers gaining a lot, but what difference does that make, do you feel, for the younger students to have you doing that?
I personally feel that we make the difference of giving them a good role model to look up to as a fellow student at the school. I know personally that a bunch of the kindergartners, because I am one of the many people who help with the kindergartners in the morning, where we go and make sure that they're not misbehaving in their lines and doing what they're supposed to in the morning. So I feel we do have a good impact on the younger kids. We set a good we're good role models. We show how you're supposed to do stuff, and we're also there to help if they need it. We have a student council, and through that we're helping kids. If we're going to try to instate something where we can offer tutoring help and stuff like that, that's still in the works, but we have the potential to help many younger students, and we are currently impacting them in positive ways.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. We love hearing testimony of our students, so thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Galogli. Yeah. If you'll just say your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
All right. I'm Stephanie Galogli. Gillogly. I live in Fairbanks. I'm here tonight to urge you, as a school board, to keep LAD as a K-8 school of choice. I'm both a parent of LAD since 2014, when my family arrived here with the military, and a staff member since 2018, after I reinvented myself as a teacher. My 8th grader just spoke, a little emotional, sorry. Dr. Kenneth Ginsburg is the author of Building Resilience in Children and Teens. He's advised military families and leaders on building resilience in our children for over a decade. He advocates for the 7 crucial C's: confidence, connection, character, contribution, coping, and control, which he calls the essential ingredients for resilience. LAD K-8 has built authentic opportunities for these 7 C's in our shift to the K-8 model, particularly for our 7th and 8th graders in our leadership grades. I want to emphasize 4 of these crucial C's: contribution, character, competence, and confidence. From this model that my daughter Natalie has been able to benefit from. As a LAD leader, she helps our kindergarten team keep students engaged while waiting for school to start each morning. She serves as an ambassador for our school, giving tours to new students and families. She visits and socializes with our special education classmates. She helps younger students who sometimes need extra attention and encouragement during their independent learning time. And she has even helped give lessons to younger students. She served as student council member, writing emails and coordinating donations and services in the school and community. Academically, Natalie has grown due to LAD's focused math model, as she has seen over a year's growth this past year in math, and it's allowed her to see that she can learn and be good at math. This is exactly what I envisioned for our students when we talked about LAD becoming a K-8 school focused on building resilient leaders.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Did I understand correctly? You came as a military?
Yes, my husband and I were both serving.
Okay. And so my question is, for a military family, I know early days, one of the things was talking about, since military families often are, changing every few years, having a K-8 option for families gave them a chance to perhaps stay in one school. Keeping that in mind, the advantage of that, and then sometimes what you hear is, well, then when we go elsewhere, if we're in K-8 and now our child is going to go into a middle school, if that's when the transfer happens, they won't be prepared for middle school. Could, as a military parent, having a child going into a K-8, if they were, your daughter was to have had to transfer to a middle school, able to do that, it was made, or, what does it mean to a military family to have that option?
To have the option to stay at K-8, it really means being able to have that focus, being able to reduce transition points for our students. Most military families, once we have children, we try to be on a summer cycle for moving so that it doesn't impact kids moving in the middle of the year. The military has a program to stabilize rising seniors, so that's something most people are able to petition for, to keep stabilized for their students during their high school years, especially those crucial years between junior and senior year. So anything that reduces transition points, but also helps our students build their confidence. One of the things we looked at when we were on, as a parent member of the planning board, we looked at a lot of our military students were slightly below their peers for social emotional development. And anything that helps them build that resilience, build that sense of confidence and competence, which is what our school's new model has done, I really feel like that benefits our military students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
This is more for the board chair. Could we extend the public testimony time for another 30 minutes to give more people that are here more time?
Second.
Ms. Tuttle, what time did we start?
6:21. There's still 21 minutes.
Let's go to 6:20 and see how many we can do to make sure, because we only have about 10 more left. And if we need to extend, we can finish who's on this list.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your testimony. We are going to go to Tracy Hale. If you'll state your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
I feel so official here. My name's Tracy Hale, H-A-L-E, and I live on Fort Wainwright. So I am here tonight also to ask you to keep the 6th through 8th option at LAD. I didn't understand the benefits too well when we moved here a couple years ago with the Army, as my son attended Tanana Middle School and enjoyed all it had to offer. However, now it's my daughter's turn, and she is a different story. I am in favor of robust middle schools and electives, but there are other things that go with it. Larger crowds and influences, more transitions with changing schools and changing classes throughout the day, and less connection with a core group of classmates. Leaving a 6 through 8 option at LAD would help students who don't thrive in a traditional middle school model. Combined with the already transitive lifestyle of the military, this stable format would provide continuity for students who usually don't have it. My 6th grade daughter has thrived at LAD these last 3 years, and she's even had the honor of her teacher looping up with her. She recently said how accepted she feels and how she's looking forward to next year when she can give announcements and be an office helper. She and her friends even got to pitch a middle school Valentine party idea to the principal. They got to plan it out and carry it all out all on their own. This morning, she said getting to do that allowed her to prove herself. All of these examples reflect LAD's middle school strengths: leadership opportunities, intimate classrooms and sense of belonging, consistency with teachers, smaller social influence, and less transition from military. I am definitely not asking for an exception just for my child, but I figured if I'm seeing the value of LAD's middle school, then perhaps others are too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Sanderson?
Thank you for your testimony. Our chief school administrator, Ms. Moline, often talks about learning communities. So it sounds like to me that LAD has a real learning, has made a real learning community that you're depending on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Pamela Couch. If you'll state your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hi there. Just adjust that. I'm Pamela Couch, C-O-U-C-H, and I'm a resident of Fairbanks. And I'm here to voice my support for LAD's K through 8 model. Now, I've had the pleasure of working with LAD's intermediate students for the last 2 years. During this time, I've watched LAD's leaders, our 6th through 8th graders, rise to the challenge of being role models for LAD's younger students. Now, that's not to say that leadership came easily or naturally for all of our students. The structures we have in place at LAD benefit students with unique learning needs, students who could use some additional guidance. I've watched these students, kids who were reserved, uncertain of themselves as they entered adolescence, find their footing, rise, and become confident, resilient leaders. Our 7th and 8th graders take on additional responsibilities at LAD, including greeting kindergartners and organizing tours to welcome new students. We're a military school with a transient population. Our leaders are a friendly face for students acclimating to a new environment. Our leaders take on mentorship roles in special education self-contained classrooms. Our leaders assist in the daily operations of our school. Our leaders organize projects to give back and support our community. Now, LAD's K through 8 model allows us to offer leadership opportunities to middle school students at a time when they're developing these skills, at a time when they benefit from the exposure, encouragement, and responsibility that come with being the oldest students in a school. LAD's K through 8 model is an asset to our community. It's an environment in which resilient leaders are cultivated. And time.
Perfectly timed. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate your testimony. Nikki Eisman, if you'll come up, state your name, spell your last name, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify. Sorry, I feel like a broken record when I say this, but
That's okay.
I need to say it.
It's no secret that nationwide, there has been an increase in book banning this past year. Reasonable people don't ban books, and Fairbanks is a town full of reasonable people. In the last municipal election, reasonable people were elected to both the school board and borough assembly. People committed to the health and strength of this community who brought commitment and applicable experience were elected by 10 to 15 percentage points, a spread not seen in many years. Candidates who spoke of fear and hate, who spouted conspiracy theories and used national culture wars talking points, were soundly defeated. Well, I wasn't born in Fairbanks. I've lived here for 47 years, long enough to know that we're an independent lot. We take care of each other, but don't pass too much judgment on how people choose to live. And yep, we really don't care all that much about how they do it outside. We certainly don't need school board or community members trying to tell our school or public libraries what they should or shouldn't have on their shelves. Our school libraries have policies that guide their book selection developed by this school board, and I'm going to read from that policy now. Materials selected will enrich and support the adopted curriculum, taking into consideration the varied interests, abilities, and developmental levels of students. Whoop. Last one, okay. Materials represent a diversity of viewpoints to reflect our pluralistic society, including religious, ethnic, political, and cultural groups and their contributions. School libraries serve all students, and although any parent may limit their own child's reading, they quite literally have no right to impose these views on other students through the removal of library materials. I hope that my concerns about those who may wish to limit the intellectual freedoms of others are unfounded. History has never come down on the side of the book banners. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Doran?
I was just going to ask for the record, could we just have you state your name and?
Oh,
area
I'm
of
sorry.
Oh gosh, I didn't even catch that. I apologize. Yes.
Nikki Eisman, Nikyeisman, Fairbanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you for coming down today, Ms. Eisman.
Yes.
You said reasonable people do not ban books. Books in society probably shouldn't be banned. But today we're talking about books that are in our schools that deal with kindergartners, first graders, seventh graders.
So I'm actually going to interrupt. I'm sorry, because there's other people that want to speak. There is policy. I don't think this is the time or place for you and I to have a debate.
I would agree.
I'd love to meet for coffee.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Now, I'll continue with my question. You said reasonable people do not ban books. I agree with you to an extent. Do you think pornographic books are appropriate in our schools and that they should not be banned?
I'm going to go back to my testimony that schools have policy about how books are selected.
Thank you.
And, okay.
Ms. Smith?
Do you think there's any book that's not appropriate for school libraries?
There are, so I was a school librarian in this district for at least a bazillion years. You know, there's a, and I'm speaking from my heart here, you know, there is a selection process. I haven't been a school librarian for maybe 10 years, but I know that we were required to come up with X number of reviews from X number of reputable journals nationally recognized before we put a book in our collection. And then if there is a challenge, if somebody does, there's a formal process for a challenge. And anybody can bring that up. And I just think it's important that we recognize that when that we recognize that process. And I just don't, I don't want ours to be a town where people are, and I'm not making this up because it's happened in other towns. I don't want ours to be one where somebody, anybody, can't think of a good name, walks in with a list that they have gotten from somebody else in another town or another state and says, I hear you have these books. And many years ago, there was a book that was challenged called Fallen Angels. I can't remember the name of the book right now. I mean, the author. And it was about Vietnam, about infantrymen in the Vietnam War. And the challenge was that there was too much swearing in the book. And I read the book and I was like, this is where swearing is appropriate in this instance. These are young men far from home, at war, confused. Swearing is appropriate. With that particular book, it was challenged, it was evaluated, and it was decided it was more appropriate for high school than middle school. I'm down with the process and our policy.
We'll be peaceful.
Quick follow-up?
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to follow up. You know, I love policy, procedure, I like it to be followed, all
Yeah.
that stuff. That's really very important to me. My question was just, do you think there are any books that don't belong? It's just yes or no. Like there could be a book that possibly was inappropriate. There's one maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that there could be a book in a school that was misplaced. Yep.
Or just available in life that doesn't belong in
Oh
school.
gosh,
Yeah.
you
So
know,
that's all I was
I don't
wondering.
want you to push me to that. I'm not a black and white in person life. I'm not a binary. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Testimony.
Thank you. Oh.
Next, we have being cognizant of time. I want to keep testimony because we have about 8 more people I want to make sure that we get to. Rachel Newman? Okay. We were unsure. Next, we have Brandy Hardy. If you'll state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, Brandy Hardy, Fairbanks, Harty. As of today, all 3 of our local educational unions have now submitted their initial contract proposals to the school district. I am here to encourage the board and the district negotiators to negotiate with our local unions in good faith to develop contracts that demonstrate our community's deep respect for these amazing educational professionals and all that they do. This is our first contract negotiation as a district since the start of this pandemic. I would like to remind the board of how our educators and staff rallied at a moment's notice to pivot to online learning, creating unique and effective ways to feed, educate, and support our students. Even when they were not physically in the building, we called these educational professionals our heroes, all while piling more on their proverbial plates. These same professionals then set their personal safety aside to return to the classroom in the midst of the unknown and educate our children in person, even before they had access to a vaccine. Our educational professionals are no strangers to personal sacrifice. They willingly give more than ever asked of them for no other reason than they see the need. In our initial offers, they are not asking for the moon. They are not demanding more than is reasonable. They are simply asking to be paid commensurate with their education, effort, and expertise. They are asking for cost of living increases in line with inflation so that they can continue to do the same amazing jobs they have always done for the same pay and not less. We are in the midst of a budget crisis, that's true, but we cannot balance the budget on the backs of our staff. The district's number 2 stated goal is teacher retention. As a former educator in this district, the FEA's initial proposal would have gone a long way in retaining me as an educator. If you want to attract good teachers, if you want to attract good teachers and staff and keep those you already have, your first step should be to listen to your current employees and act in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Caroline Brown. If you'll state your name, spell your last name, and give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Caroline Brown. My last name is spelled B-R-O-W-N, and I am from Fairbanks. I know that the school board is currently reviewing and learning more about the contract negotiations for the district's teachers, staff, and principals. Having also read these proposed contracts in detail, I'd like to share some of my thoughts and also encourage the board and district negotiators to act in good faith in ways that reflect the true value of our teachers and staff. The district's number 2 priority is teacher recruitment and retention. However, what I read in the district's proposed contract is anathema to that goal. I have only 2 minutes, so I will detail just a few of my concerns and encourage you to address them in negotiations. The removal of just cause to begin progressive discipline on its face appears that the district would prefer not to have a good reason to fire one of its educational professionals, and this is perplexing. The combination of a 0% salary increases and the reduction in the district's contribution to health care benefits will ultimately result in asking our teachers and staff to work harder, but for less money. I'm also interested to hear more about the justification for losing tenure if a teacher chooses to take a leave of absence during a reduction in force situation. And the requirement to grade all assignments within 1 week seems petty and out of touch with the realities of actual classrooms. I think we can all agree that grading should be done in a timely manner, but the proposed changes do not account for circumstances beyond teachers' control. What concerns me about the proposed contract is that it communicates distrust and a lack of respect for our valued educational professionals. Rather, the school board and district should be finding ways to work as allies with their teachers and staff. But in its first iteration, the district proposal is short-sighted and lacking in respectful discourse. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Questions? Thank you.
Marla Statsowich? If you'll just state your name, spell your last name, and give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Marla Statsowich, Statscewich, and I'm in Fairbanks. And I'm speaking here tonight in support of the teachers in our school district. I've looked over the district initial proposal for the teachers contract, and I would like to express my concern and disappointment. I understand that there's a budget crisis, but a 0% increase in the salary schedule is no way to retain our amazing teachers, nor is taking away any incentive to stay in Alaska by not providing adequate retirement and healthcare benefits. Not increasing their salary is basically saying they aren't worth it, and they are. Balancing a budget by taking away from teachers and staff in this district is unacceptable. The school district and the school board should be up in arms about this and put pressure on the governor to find revenue sources so we can keep the teachers we have who have spent years in education. The FEA also requested 2 weeks for grades to be turned in, and I want to know why you guys are cutting that down to 1 week. Is your intention to fail the students or to crush the teachers with this time crunch? When a teacher has 200 students, how can they expect them to get grades in within a week, especially if those grades are dependent on kids turning in their work on time? The teachers are telling you what they need, and you guys are ignoring them. I have grave reservations that the board and district are listening to the teachers. The teachers are the experts when it comes to educating our kids and learning to be independent and critical thinkers. They've spent years going to school, developing their skills, working with children, and understanding how to educate them. We need to trust them and support them by providing them with enough prep time for their classes and adequate salaries. Thank you for your time. Please work with our teachers and help keep them in our city. We need them.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your testimony this evening. Erin Gunderson, if you will come up, state your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, I am Aaron Gunderson of Fairbanks, Gunderson. Ms. Moline has put forward a teacher's contract that lowers teachers' take-home pay and does not provide them with any sort of raise that they certainly deserve. Ms. Moline wants to be able to fire teachers without cause. Imagine your supervisor requesting the authority to fire you for no good reason. This will serve to intimidate and censor teachers, which may be the intent. It is frightening. You could be advocating for our teachers at the source of your budget problems, which is in Juneau. You could be working hard to help teachers and students get the support that they need and deserve. It's in the state constitution. But that is not the administration or board we have here. Instead of advocating for teachers, you are working hard to make their lives difficult and to intimidate them and get the authority to fire them for no cause. Ms. Moline would not seek that authority if she did not intend to use it. The fact that it is in there now is chilling and cannot be undone. She knows her reasons are ideological and personal. She, Mr. Sampson, and Ms. Smith want to decide who should and should not be teachers. They want unaccountable power over public schools, and this needs to be said out loud. Mr. Sampson is wandering our schools looking for things he doesn't like. He's removing books from libraries. He and Ms. Smith have a list of books they want to ban. This needs to be said out loud before they act on it. Do you ever reflect on why you are here? Can you name any instance in the history of books where the good people are banning them? Can you name any instance in fiction, in the history of literature,
That's time.
where
Thank
authors
you.
have made the protagonist the banners of books?
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for,
One question.
we have a question, Mr. Sampson.
Thank you. Mr. Gunderson, thank you for your time. Everyone's more than welcome to come forward. You mentioned Ms. Moline in her relation to the negotiation team. My question is this: do you understand that it is the board and the board alone that gives direction to the negotiation team, and we are the ones that agree that the negotiation team goes in and asks and negotiates for what they negotiate for? It's not up to Ms. Moline.
Okay.
That's one.
Equally shameful.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony this
you.
evening. Next, we have Elizabeth Nadine. If you will state your name, spell your last name, and give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Nadine, Nadin, and a resident of Fairbanks, Alaska. I wanted to start with a comment following up on what Ms. Eisman said about our school libraries. My son came home from school a couple of weeks ago and told me unprompted that someone showed up to his school to look for banned books. This type of looming hand overreach into our schools is alarming from a parent's point of view. This leads me to the reason I'm here today, to ask you to trust our public schools and our kids' teachers, principals, and supporting staff. My kids have received schooling in California, New Zealand, Singapore, and Alaska in homeschool, private, and public school settings. Each place has its qualities, but I can say that their public school experience here in Fairbanks, Alaska is by far their favorite. They love their teachers, principals, librarians, nurses, and office staff. School is their second home in a place where they generally feel safe and loved. Our city and our state should absolutely prioritize support for our public schools. I've never been interested in school politics. I never even knew that was a thing until this year. Since last summer, I've seen the school board repeatedly undermine the trained experts that are meant to guide their decisions. Your military and medical advisors have been routinely ignored, and teacher-proposed curricula have been denied. I think of Alaska as a place where government overreach is frowned on, but the school board appears to be overreaching now, micromanaging our schools. I'm here just to ask that you step back and trust and support our trained teachers, principals, and school staff. to run our schools and educate our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Katie Straub. And if you'll just state your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you. My name is Katie Straub, S-T-R-A-U-B, and I live in Fairbanks. I'd like to speak tonight to express my support for our teachers as they continue through their contract negotiation process. I have concerns over the school district's school district's proposed contract agreement for teachers. In addition to no raises and reduced healthcare benefits, which is essentially a dock and pay, some of the changes in this proposed agreement include removal of just cause and terminating a teacher and taking away benefits and tenure if a teacher chooses to take a leave of absence during a reduction in force. So firstly, in section 408, removing just cause is essentially a threat to teachers. It's ludicrous. The message to teachers is to toe the line to whoever's in charge, or at any moment they could be terminated. Removing this section is a nonsensical slap in the face. Let's trust and respect our educators more. Let's give them some sense of stability and security. Allow them some creativity and independence. And if an issue arises, then you can follow the process for investigating and dealing with it. Secondly, section 407(3)(b, taking away tenure benefits when a teacher takes a leave of absence feels a lot like theft. These teachers put their time in and they deserve any benefit earned from it. In the last 2 years, if the last 2 years haven't taught everyone the value of our teachers, I'm just not sure what could. Our teachers have done everything they can to maintain some sense of normalcy for our students. They are holding our community together. There's a lot of jobs out there. The private sector is desperate to hire, and we all know that teachers make the best employees. Our teachers will not keep coming back to this abusive pink slip relationship. They stay because they love our students and they love to teach, but love won't pay the bills, and not feeling respected and valued gets old pretty darn fast. I understand that we are in a fiscal crisis, but let's not force our teachers to carry that burden. Let's show our educators the respect they deserve by giving them what they're asking for during this negotiation process. It's the least we can do. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Sandy Ryan. State your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Sandy Ryan, R-Y-A-N, and I reside in Fairbanks. If we have learned anything over the past 24 months, it has been that our health, our students' health, and our families' health is precious. We learned that access to quality health care is critical. The Fairbanks Education Association, as the exclusive bargaining agent represents certificated staff, has always taken the negotiations around health care benefits as paramount. In 2019, the district and the FEA negotiated a successor agreement that demonstrated respect and understanding by all parties as the importance of quality health care and the unfortunate consequences of rising health care costs. The agreement included a district contribution to the high deductible plan's health savings account or the hybrids plan health reimbursement account. Both the FEA and the district team saw a need to help members understand the remaining on the low deductible plan was not necessarily a cost savings, nor better insurance for that matter. In short, we gave the members an incentive to change plans by offering a $750 contribution to either plan. Both teams recognized that the contribution provided a much-needed safety net, particularly for our newest employees. Now roll forward to 2022. The proposed successor agreement from the district removes a contribution as well as placing additional burden of rising health care costs on the backs of the employees. The current deductible for families are $5,000 and $6,000 respectively. The total potential out of pocket are between $10,000 and $13,000. Low deductible plan is now not available to new employees. The reason for the safeguards haven't changed in 3 years. Please recall what has been asked of your educators over the last 2 years. And if the currently proposed successor agreement demonstrates respect and compassion that is deeply deserved by those dedicated professionals.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ryan, for coming and testifying. Last, we have Leslie Hadukovich. If you'll come up, state your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, Leslie Hadukovich, Hajdukovich. I am here to encourage you to revisit the decision to close and repurpose Nordale. I hope you received a copy of my letter to the editor and also my follow-up letter to all of you. I want to reiterate my thanks to all of you for this service you do for our community. It's not easy, I know. In trying to understand how the Nordale decision was arrived upon, I read the Western Demographics Report on School Efficiency. In this report, Nordale was not on the conclusions page for being consolidated. Then I also read the recommendations from the Efficiency Task Force done in December. Nordale had risen to the top as a school to be closed, but with specific recommendations not to repurpose the building. This document reads, the task force strongly opposes the closure of any existing district school, followed by the repurposing of that school for one of the district's alternative learning programs. It strongly recommended space be found in existing school buildings for those programs. I don't know how one of our newest schools would rise to the top of a list for closure. I also don't know how the district and school board did not take into consideration the task force recommendations not to repurpose buildings. It states in the report it would send a very confusing message to the community to close a school and then repurpose that building for another program. And that is what's happened. I encourage you to remember the school district's main service is in-person learning. We offer a variety of types, but in-person is our wheelhouse. I know a giant budget shortfall needs to be addressed, and we just heard from K-8 proponents here, and I believe that's a better way to approach it than closing elementaries and moving 6th graders to junior high. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Doran?
Thank you, Ms. Hadukovich, for coming tonight. Could you go back? We actually served on a task force together regarding Nordale and Denali when there was a bond issue to build a school. And I'll get right to my question that one of the things that was absolutely facing us at that time was the idea of closing one or both of those schools. Could you just bring us up to date a little bit? I mean, there's a bond that was done. The reason that we didn't close, we had quite a discussion about it. If that has bearing on today's thoughts.
To me, it has great bearing because for both of those schools, both were aging, both had earthquake issues. Why not? They were going to be torn down because there was issues with them. So we had to really think about, do we want these schools even in those locations? And the answer was yes. Yes, we do, because those are two of the oldest neighborhoods. Those are two of the densest neighborhoods. And I know one of the school board members had talked about what's a neighborhood school. To me, these two schools these are in-town, densely populated areas, and they need schools. And that was true then, and it's true now. And particularly for Nordale, there will always be young families in that area. And I truly feel that this is a decision that, boy, once you go down this path and take that school away from that area and bus those kids out, I mean, you're looking at busing them out of this area. It's giving me heartburn. So I believe it's very relevant. And we had a lot of discussions on this. It was, and it wasn't without controversy. Some people wanted both schools to stay. They wanted, the old Nordale and the old Denali, people loved those schools, but we knew we wanted schools in those neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And due to time, since we are just over, we are going to end testimony for this evening. We have run out of time. So thank you all for your testimonies this evening. We do not have a Borough Assembly report this evening. And in respect of time, my president's report will be very short and very to the point and direct. Currently, we are working on our budget. We had a big budget work session last night and went into good depth on a lot of things. And over the next number of weeks, we will be going into depth on specific parts of the budget. So I would like to invite the community to tune into our work sessions and our board meetings to hear more about the budget. And the other thing that I would like to just touch on is that we do have an ad hoc committee that was created with 3 of our board members to go over our board committees, and that they will be able to update the board policies concerning those committees, so that we can ensure that we are within compliance within our policies, and that our policies directly correlate with the meaning and the spirit of the committees themselves. And the board members that are doing that will be April Smith, Aaron Marati, and Choya Sanderson. And those 3 board members will be in charge of that ad hoc committee. We want to ensure that that gets done and accomplished before next school year, before the committees get changed again. The next, oh, and I apologize, goal and objective was to ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district.
President Luke, could I?
Yes,
one
sir.
question. I know we had originally scheduled 2 work sessions on boundaries. One was scheduled for tomorrow, has been postponed. I just wanted, have we postponed that? Or when we do expect to?
Per our meeting, when we discussed it last week, we were going to have Ms. Moline talk more about in-depth boundary decisions tonight. Tomorrow will be a meeting for the school board and chief school administration.
Right, okay, so we're not anticipating an additional work session on boundaries?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Chief School Administrator Report. Goal and objective, ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district. Chief School Administrator Ms. Moline will provide her report, including an update on transportation. Mrs. Moline.
Thank you, President Luke. I'll begin with the transportation update. We are making progress in our transportation struggles. We've added a few drivers and expect to add 3 more by the end of this week. That will bring us to a total of 103 drivers. Other encouraging news is that our call-out rate has dropped back down to 20%, and no one is out because of COVID. We're examining the best strategies to restoring routes to full service and are planning to restore 16 more routes to full service in the next couple of weeks. This will bring us to 67 routes that are fully restored, which translates to 69% or 97 routes. We continue to see the downward trend of positivity rates, COVID-19 positivity rates in our schools, and we currently have no classrooms at level 3 modified operations. A bit of an update on our school closure planning. We've been for some time meeting with principals of the schools that are planning to be closed. Each building has been assigned a transition team, which is comprised of an individual from each of the departments to act as a point person for the school and the school administration to help organize and execute a successful transition. These are weekly collaborative meetings with each department, laying out timelines and next steps, clarifying next steps, and setting up a process to help the schools and teachers be prepared. We have, as Mr. Doran said, created the draft for the boundaries changes and have gone over those changes with a number of different stakeholder groups. each of the board members has been emailed the demographic information that was requested at the last work session. And as I was looking through and a team here was looking through those demographics, it became more apparent that we do have an equitable distribution of our students to the elementary and middle schools. The proposed boundary changes can be seen on our website, school efficiency page, and we will soon be communicating directly with families impacted by the changes and with the public once the boundaries changes have been finalized. And in my final remarks for my report, I have some academic updates. The district is participating in a K-12 system accreditation process. This is a big lift, an important piece of work. And it's a process by which principals and district staff examine and evaluate the systems in 3 domains: leadership, learning, and systems. The outcome of this work is to engage our entire, across all schools in a continuous school and district improvement process. I'd also like to note that History Day entries have been submitted and the judging projects have begun. The district-wide spelling bee is coming up February 26th. We'll be at West Valley Performing Arts Center. And we can look forward to the Interior Alaska Science Fair that's scheduled for March 23rd through the 26th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. Mr. Doran, questions?
Thank you, President Luke, and thank you, Ms. Moline, for the demographics that we got today. Look forward to getting into more of that detail and looking at that, but really appreciate your getting that all gathered together. It's a lot of data for you and your staff. I had 2 questions. One, and I've mentioned it before, but we've heard testimony. Is there room for K-8 consideration for, since communities have invested in that, and we are looking with the boundary changes and the numbers, looking at basically full middle schools?
So is your question about building capacity?
No, just, and you, I don't want to put you on the spot of definitive answer tonight, but consideration, room for consideration to allow, we had a request tonight, and I mentioned it also at our work session last week, but having K-8, that K-8 option, at least certainly for the schools that currently have it, that they would be able to continue it if they so choose. Maybe somebody says no. And I know we're leaving 2 Rivers as K-8. So is that an option for the schools that currently have K-8?
So the decision of the board was to shift to a K-5 and 6-8 model, and that's the direction that we've been going and focusing on over the last weeks. If the board wants to revisit that decision, then naturally we'll go in whatever direction the board would dictate.
Okay, and if I might, with a follow-up with that, though I may personally say I would like more talk about the 6-8, that's not my question tonight. I'm not trying to go against that board decision, but within that option, to allow the K-8 consideration, some talk on that. We've had a couple of board members here tonight say that they might be interested in that. So it's just as we had a K-6 before, that was our normal, but we gave the option for a couple of K-8s several years ago. So would that be an option that could be talked about?
Yeah, if it was the desire of the board to explore that option, of course, we would be happy to engage in the conversation, but that would be up to the board if they wanted to go in that direction.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd had another question on the boundary.
I'm going to go to Ms. Marati.
Absolutely.
And I'll put you back in the queue. Ms.
Sounds good.
Oh, I just wanted to provide my support in further discussion about the K-8 options.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dorn?
Okay. The other thing, and a question of just when I looked over the boundaries, and I was thinking we'd have a work session eventually to go over that, that has struck me is that the two schools that both significantly lose occupancy under this boundary draft, Wood River and U Park, are both in close proximity on the west side of town. And one gains a few students, the other gains no changes with the boundary changes. They just primarily lose students in their building. My concern is down the line where you've closed two schools on the east side of town. Does this boundary, I would hope we would not be in a situation to have to close another school, but does this set those two schools up, or at least one of those schools up down the line? And that's my concern. I don't know the answer, but it's a concern that I have with the way the boundaries set up, and we have two schools that significantly lose occupancy rate.
So I'll just speak to the loss of their occupancy rate, and that is for Wood River specifically, because they have no boundary change for theirs, is the move to the 6-8 model. So their sixth graders are going out, and then to calculate exactly how many kindergartners we have coming in is impossible. So that what you're seeing is the move of the sixth graders and a projection of how many kindergartners will come in. The intention is not to set any school up for anything but to draw boundaries that are equitable in distributing students across the district with the different considerations that we went over at the work session, and to staff them and support them as much as possible to make them successful in the environment that they're in.
Thank you for that. It is a concern that I hope we keep on our radar because as we've watched some things play out, I think it is a real concern, and as we continue forward with, as you're drafting the boundary things, and anybody who's shifting, that is a possible ripple effect that should be kept in mind. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
I would support having more information on the K-8. That's all.
Ms. Tuttle, can you put that on our agenda meeting for tomorrow so we can set up a date that we can have more in-depth discussion at a work session, and make sure that we can have that on one of our work sessions. Hopefully we can get it on the next work session, but if we can look at that in the morning, that would be wonderful. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Moline. It looks as though we are going into we have no unfinished business. We are going into action items, new business. Resolution 2022-14, recognizing music in our schools month. Core value, center everything we do on the student and student learning. Resolution 2022-14, recognizes March 2022 as Music in Our Schools Month throughout the district and community, and encourages students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in music and the arts throughout the month of the entire year. Mrs. Tuttle, we should read it first.
Motion.
Oh, can we get a motion, please?
Move to approve Resolution 2022-14, recognizing music in our schools month.
Second.
Thank you. We will read it and then go to testimony.
Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education Resolution 2022-14, recognize music in our school months. Whereas for more than 30 years, March has been officially designated by the National Association for Music Education as Music in Our School Month, an annual celebration where music educators, students, and community engage in promoting the benefits of highly qualified music education programs, and music education becomes the focus in our community and across the nation. And whereas music educators in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District are committed to maintaining and improving school music programs for all students, regardless of the socioeconomic status or their ability. And whereas Fairbanks music educators are even more steadfast in their commitment to continue to provide students access to lessons, group performances, music competition, and more through creative and innovative means. And whereas music and the other arts significantly enhance the moral and quality of school environment, and our music education program includes a broad range and types of music groups and active musical experiences, and whereas the study of music is based to well-rounded education, engage students in individual and group activities, develop creativity, teaches problem solving, and develops critical evaluation skills. And whereas research has documented participation in school music also provides cognitive, social, emotional development, as well as skills valuable to the workforce, such as motivation, alertness, self-discipline, teamwork, persistence, empathy, respect, and leadership. And whereas the district's vision statement includes preparing every student to contribute to society as a competent, confident, caring, and curious citizen. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education designates March 2022 as Music in Our Schools Month throughout the district and community, and encourages students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in music and the arts throughout the month and the entire year.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We will go to testimony on this topic. We will start with Nina Herron. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Nina Herron. It's Harun, and I live in Fairbanks. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Fairbanks Youth Orchestra Board. The Fairbanks Youth Orchestras ask for wholehearted endorsement of music in our schools, along with recognizing the value that music adds to the education of our children. The Fairbanks Youth Orchestras are composed of student musicians in our string, concert, and symphony orchestras, supplementing the music education of many members who also play in their schools' band, orchestra, and jazz classes. This music education within our public schools is both critical, both for the individual students and for our community. The music students of today become our adult musicians of tomorrow. However, music education also provides many benefits to youth who do not go on to become professional musicians. For example, music is a path that teaches discipline, because learning an instrument or mastering your voice requires diligent and consistent effort to improve. It requires students to develop time management skills to ensure time for practice and learning new music. Learning a musical instrument has been proven to enhance mathematical abilities. Participating in a musical group, such as a band or an orchestra, requires teamwork and prepares students to work in business development teams and collaborative creative organizations. A strong music program in our public schools yields students with persistence, dedication, and a pattern of hard work and self-confidence. Now, these are the characteristics our community needs in our graduates, and supporting music education will continue the history of success of our students. So, as a board, we would look forward to attending the March Music in Our Schools events and other music performances held year-round in our community. And I'm saying this for the Fairbanks Youth Orchestra's board with Kara Candelaria as chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you coming tonight. Can we have David DeLong? If you will state your name, spell your last name, and give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
He's no longer online.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Tuttle. Next, we have Aaron Jenoso. If you will state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Aaron Jenoso. You spell my last name Janoso, and I live in Fairbanks. And I am here today as a member, I'm a parent, and I'm also a member of the Fairbanks Public School Music Advocacy Committee. And I would like to speak tonight in support of the Music in Our Schools Month resolution. This annual celebration provides an opportunity to intentionally focus on the enormous value that music education brings to our students, to our schools, and to our larger community as well. It was my privilege back in December to get to attend a number of the Fairbanks Schools winter concerts, and I was absolutely blown away by each of them, by the performances themselves, by the amazingly talented students, and by their teachers, and also by just the sheer size of the performances' audiences. In every case, these music programs brought out the crowds. They were packed houses, way above and beyond what even the organizers of these concerts were expecting. Those packed houses are something that I would like to emphasize because they illustrate so well the draw that thriving instrumental music programs can provide for a school, talking about band, orchestra, and voice, and also to the district itself, which is important. And I can speak to the power of this draw personally because my husband and I homeschooled our daughter through her 2nd grade year with IDEA. But she's now a 3rd grader at Barnett. And one of the big things that we considered when deciding to make this switch was the quality of the school's music classes and the ease with which she'd be able to be involved with those. Unlike perhaps more individualized subjects like math or reading and others, music is something that you practically must do with others. And that's it. I wasn't fast enough. So anyway.
Yes, Ms. Marati.
Thank you, Ms. Jenoso. Was there anything else that you wanted to add to your testimony?
I was just going to make the point, thank you, Ms. Marati, that these programs offer draws that more far-flung homeschool districts like Galena, which was what we were with IDEA, can't offer. They don't have local music programs thriving in their schools, or hopefully thriving. And so that was something that was very important for us when we were considering which school district we wanted our daughter to be involved within. And the fact that music programs act as magnets for families of all sorts. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Now we have Aurora Jenoso. If you'll come up here, say your name, spell your last name, and you will have 2 minutes to testify.
My name is Aurora Jenoso. You spell my last name Janoso. I live in Fairbanks. I want to tell you that I think Music in Our Schools Month is a great thing. I want to learn music, and I know other kids do too. I love music because one, the sound is beautiful. What do you think the world would be without music? And two, it is so fun to play in the instrument. I am in third grade and I want to play an instrument next year in my music class at Barnett. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Aurora. We really appreciate hearing from students. Are you up to answering a question?
Or
Are you,
Yep.
you willing to answer a question or two? Okay. Mr. Doran?
Thank you, Aurora, for coming to testify. You did a really nice job. I'm curious, what instrument are you interested in?
Oboe?
Oh, good for you. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and I hope you get to play it.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, Ms. Jenoso. Thank you so much for coming today. Your voice sounds familiar. I feel like you've spoken to us before here in the recent past. You asked a question that I believe you stated, what would this world be like without music? And I just want to say, I find that to be ironic because my wife and I were just posed with the question, what are 5 things you wouldn't want to get rid of in this world? And on that list was music. And so I say thank you.
Thank you so much for coming tonight and for talking about the importance of music. We really appreciate hearing what you had to say. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to testify? Seeing none, testimony is closed. I would like to turn over to administration. Is there anything that you would like to add?
We have nothing to add at this point.
Thank you. Going to the board, Mr. Doran?
I just want to take the opportunity to express our appreciation for not only the music teachers and instrumental teachers, et cetera, but also for the number of teachers in the regular classroom, if you want, who integrate music within it, and the teamwork that the specialists and the classroom teachers do in promoting music throughout our schools. It's truly impressive to go into our buildings and literally hear the notes through the hallways.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, and I hope that our budget ears are on this, that I did actually pull 2 of my kids from charter school, and 100% of the reason was so that they had access to music in school. And they both loved music when they had it in 4th and 5th grade in elementary school. And they went to the charter school for 2 years and missed music so much that they asked to go back to public school for music, and no other reason.
Ms. Sanderson?
Yes, thank you, President Luke. I'd just like to just say I'm really so encouraged with our music program. And I'll never forget the first year we were in COVID, where everybody was on lockdown. I remember viewing a video from Lathrop's choir, and I believe it was Silent Night, where they incorporated candles or lighting and shadows. And they did this song that it lifted my heart. And it just really, I watched that little clip like a couple of times, because when we first got into this whole mode of being locked down and we couldn't be with each other, and we felt that here in the boardroom, there were no performances, and it was terrible. I mean, that's the thing. I just miss those children, coming and showing us the joy and what they've learned. And I surround myself every day, every moment with music. There's not a day go by or second if there's no music, I'm making music. So thank you.
Ms. Marotti?
I just wanted to say thank you to those that testified. It's great to hear that there's a public school music advocacy group that is speaking up for our music educators. Music is dear to my heart due to my daughter's connection to it through our own public schools here. And I just wanted to point out that it is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful, and this world would be lost without it. But it's also science. It helps develop language and reasoning in our children's brains. And when we start young, then that process starts early and helps them develop those areas of the brain that otherwise may not be as developed or may take longer without music. So it's a great thing to have in our schools because it's beautiful, but also because it really helps our students succeed.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Not to beleaguer the point here about the music. It is great. And I also wanted to say that my special education daughter, who's a senior this year, throughout her entire time, which was from since she was 3 years old until now she's 18, was really given human dignity through the music program in our school. That it was always something that she could play the bells or she could play the drums. And I was actually a little scared in high school when they let her be in the band. She can't read music, she can't even read letters, but she could do the bells in music, and she could sometimes do the cymbal. They just went to such great efforts, and I think that music is a huge opportunity for special ed students to really feel included and feel their human dignity. So I hope we keep it.
Thank you. I'm just going to say ditto to everything that's already been stated. It's incredibly powerful. Mrs. Tuttle, it looks like we're ready for the vote.
Okay. Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Harati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 2022-15, recognizing International Women's Day. Core value, embody respect for the diversity and dignity of all. Resolution 2022-15 recognizes International Women's Day on March 8th, 2022, and encourages schools to honor the day with activities and lessons so students and the community may learn and be inspired by the potential that can be gained through women's vision and leadership. May I have a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2022-15, recognizing International Women's Day.
Second.
Can we please, Mr. Doran, can you read the resolution, please?
With great pleasure. Resolution 2022-15, recognizing International Women's Day. Whereas women contribute significantly to social, economic, cultural, spiritual, political, and educational development in our society. And whereas International Women's Day celebrates unity, advocacy, and action, and has been observed each March 8th since the early 1900s. And whereas International Women's Day marks a call for action for accelerating gender equality by raising awareness to the struggles of women in their quest for dignity, respect, status, and equality to the position men have held in the home, schools, and the workplace. And whereas female staff and educators in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District lead their district, schools, programs, classrooms, and offices with great vision. And whereas our community holds in high regard programs and organizations for women and girls, such as the Girl Scouts, female veterans, women in law, the Women of Distinction program, and female school board members. and recognizes these programs promote the values of hard work, honesty, fairness, respect, and equality. And whereas International Women's Day is the perfect way to celebrate the accomplishments of all women around the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved. The Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education proclaims March 8th, 2022 as International Women's Day throughout the district and encourages staff to safely promote equality, increase parity, and work to break the glass ceiling that limits and hinders women and girls, and honor the day with activities and lessons so students and the community may learn and be inspired by the potential that can be gained through women's vision and leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Do we have any testimony in the room or online? Seeing none, we will move to administration. Is there anything that administration would like to add?
We have nothing to add.
Thank you. I will go to the board. Anything? Ms. Marati?
Thank you. Famous author and poet Adrienne Rich once said that the most important thing one woman can do for another is to expand her sense of actual possibilities. I feel like this resolution expands that sense for all of the girls in our school district, or those that identify as girls in our school district, and I fully support it.
Any other comments or Mr. Doran?
I'm sorry, I always like to take the moment to recognize the three very particular women in my life, my wife and our two daughters, who I think exemplify the effort here. And it was interesting this morning when we were taking care of our youngest granddaughter. One of the books she has is named No, No. And as we all know as parents, when you get to about 2 years of age, no, no is a very common phrase. But this says highlighted people, leaders, many of them in the book for women, about women, who said no, no. People like Rosa Parks and several others. And one I hadn't realized who, and I can't think of the name offhand, who spearheaded the move for the inclusion of special needs people, particularly students, but people throughout our community. And it ended with the idea of okay, okay, and working together. But I thought that was very significant with what we are looking at tonight. It's that leadership that has helped us all be better people, I think, and our communities be better. So thank you. Thank you to the women.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mrs. Tuttle, can we have the vote, please?
Colonel Siri?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving on to the third resolution, 2022-16, honoring Traditional Chiefs Week. Core value, embody respect for the diversity and dignity of all. Resolution 2022-16 honors Traditional Chiefs Week during the third week of March and encourages schools, students, staff, and community members to honor the historic contribution and legacy of traditional chiefs by studying their lives and leadership of the Indigenous people of interior Alaska through interactive research, classroom lessons, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and with cultural celebrations throughout the year. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2022-16 honoring Traditional Chiefs Week.
Second.
Thank you. Can I get Mrs. Smith to read this one, please?
Thank you. Resolution 2022-16 honoring Traditional Chiefs Week. Whereas the interior of Alaska is the indigenous home for Native people, including Koyukon, Athabaskan, Gwich'in, Inupiaq, and others, And whereas a main goal of the indigenous people of the interior region is to preserve and promote interior Alaska Native traditions and culture. And whereas the values of the interior indigenous people include hard work, honesty, respect for elders and others, and respect for knowledge. And whereas traditional chiefs serve as ambassadors of traditional knowledge and the Athabascan and Alaska Native culture. And whereas traditional chiefs of the people residing in the interior region have provided strong leadership and representation. And whereas students need to have a strong foundation in order to achieve academically, move forward, and be successful in life. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education recognizes Traditional Chiefs Week during the third week of March and encourages schools, students, staff, and community members to honor the historic contribution and legacy of traditional chiefs by studying their lives and leadership and the leadership of the indigenous people of interior Alaska through interactive research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations throughout the year.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Do we have any testimony? Seeing none, testimony is closed. Do we have anything further from administration?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. Do we have anything from the board? Mr. Doran?
I just want to speak fully in support of this and acknowledge that when I first came to Alaska back in the mid-70s and lived in the villages, in several villages, that the traditional chiefs and the current chiefs that were there added a lot to what I learned and had a great impact upon me as an individual. And so it's a note of appreciation to support this resolution for all that people have given to me over the years and continue to help my learning curve. So I really appreciate their wisdom and their insights.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I support this resolution, just as we respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the unceded territory of the Dene peoples at every meeting. I hope that we further support this statement of the invaluable contributions and resilience of the Indigenous peoples. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Tuttle, can we have the vote, please?
Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. The last item of, oh, I apologize. Gotta get my, the last action item we have is approval of the 2022-2023 legislative priorities. Goals and objective is ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district. The board's legislative committee met in January and February to review, update, and develop the 2022-2023 legislative priorities. The committee's draft 2022-2023 legislative priorities document is before the board for approval. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve the 2022-2023 legislative priorities.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any testimony? Oh, if you'll come up, you state your name, your last, spell your last name, and you
I'll
have
do
2
it this
minutes.
time. Nikki Eisman, Nickyeisman, Fairbanks. So I noticed that the board's legislative priorities, that the second one was retention of staff of teachers, of educators. And I think we've heard a lot of ways that many things that the board could do to retain staff, certainly to meet some of the unions, the teachers' requests, to get rid of all the things that are punitive. I mean, I know that money is tight, but there are so many other things in there that really feel punishing and unnecessary to our educators that could just be eliminated, that would go a long way to making educators feel valued, that they are the solution and not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to turn the time over to administration.
To speak to the legislative priorities.
Oh, I apologize. Let me end testimony. Is there any other testimony? Seeing none, testimony is closed. And I would like to turn some time over to administration, and I can add stuff as well.
The legislative priorities are pretty well defined in the document. When it comes to funding, and you've heard Mr. DeGrasse say it a number of times, that the funding, that the base student allocation from the state has remained the same for the last 6 years. This will be year 6. And all of you who have sat through at least one budget cycle know that expenses are never stagnant, that every year we have more expenses. So to believe that we can maintain our funding level and still provide the necessary services is a little unrealistic. So that's, priority one is to get that in place. And then staff recruiting and retention is an issue that happens at the local level. However, the state can be a partner in that priority.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. And one of the things as a legislative committee, when we discussed our priorities, we wanted to keep it pretty concise and direct with very specific and intentional items that we wanted to bring to the state. Somebody mentioned earlier in their testimony, we need to be advocating at the state level. And we bring these legislative priorities with us as we speak with our legislators. Mrs. Moline, myself, and Mr. Ringstead are actually going down to Juneau this week to discuss, have discussions with our interior delegation as well as the education committee and finance committee to discuss our educational situation here in the interior in Fairbanks North Star School District. And priority number one, adjust base student allocation. It is imperative that we can adjust our base student allocation according to inflation. If we get just status quo, flat funding, we're already in the hole $2 million. We really need to advocate that our students are able to have, that we're able to have the resources needed to be able to educate our students. Then that priority number two, staff recruiting and retention, address the educator shortage through defined benefit retirement and statewide recruitment effort. We know that there's an educator, I'm going to say educator because it's in all facets of education. There is an education shortage, massive shortage nationwide. And we need to come together as a state, we need to come together as a community to be able to discuss how can we have educators come to our school district and to our state and teach our students and teach our youth. And we know that being in education, it's not an easy profession. And I personally am grateful for all the educators in my own children's lives because I see the difference that they're making every single day with my children. So we want to bring this to the state and say, how can we work together and create a better option and better opportunities for our educators. And the second side, or the second sheet, is information on our district and our community. So it's our enrollment, target class sizes, fast facts, and ethnicities, languages that are spoken within our community. And we wanted to keep it really concise and to the point, because when somebody is given a piece of paper and said, here's information on our district, we didn't want people to be bogged down with 1,000,001 factoids about our district and wants, but that they can look and say, I know that Fairbanks has two major needs right now, and that is an increase in BSA and ensuring that it goes with the cost of, that increases with cost of living, and two, the staff recruiting and retention. And make it really a simple and easy message to our legislative staff and to our state, and that we can work together. And so this is what we are bringing in front of the board for us to review and vote if this is what we would like to bring to our state legislator and have printed as our message to the state. I'd like to open it up to board members. Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes, and thank you, President Luke. I would say the one thing you could also remind them is that when we did have a female governor, the one thing she did do was forward fund our education, and our districts around the state did not have to try to think what that was going to look like. She put the money in place so that our districts could do their business and meet the needs of students and staff. So it's the power of a woman, anyway.
Are you talking about forward funding?
Okay. Governor Palin, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Okay. I'd like to start out by commending the legislative committee. I do like the fact that it's just 2 pages, and our priorities are really focused and really our priorities this year. We are in dire straits. And without the state stepping forward to invest in education, we cannot do the investment that we would like to see in our students and for our children and our staff. And I really appreciate Ms. Mullane highlighting the fact that staff recruiting and retention is primarily local, because we set the conditions. But I also want to say, and I'm glad to see it on here, that has got to be a state and local municipality commitment to really step forward in investing in our education if we're going to be able to attract people to Alaska and to stay here. So I like those. I had one suggestion. Or on the flip side, on the target class size, I would suggest that actually the target class size for 2021, 2022 actually reflect what our approved budget with all funding sources really was really used for staffing, which were smaller class sizes. We were able to do that, yes, using CARES funding, and in part because we don't have as much CARES going forward, and such, and other pressures on our budget, that we are proposing for this coming year that these target class sizes would be in place for the 2022-2023 school year. And I think that could be a real important talking point with legislators, that because of a lack of funding from the state, a decreasing amount, because not only has the BSA stayed the same, but in the last 3 years, any supplementals have basically gone away. So we've been hit on both fronts. And that I would suggest that that be considered for a change.
Can I maybe make a suggestion with that, and then we'll go to Mr. Sampson, and maybe Ms. Herbie, maybe what we could do is the actual for 2021-22, and then the proposed for 22-23. So just add a little column, so it's just that actual and then proposed, so that we see the side-by-side comparison of what it might be actually.
Yeah, that certainly is very amenable to me, and I think it can give, you know, as you go down, and as any of us talk to any of our legislators, a very powerful, clear picture of the impact of why funding is so important.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, President Luke. I also wanted to touch on the forward funding. I think it takes a lot of the guesswork out of the equation, and we need to address that. We need to know what our funding is ahead of time. It's only a benefit to our district. Secondly, in reference to specifically retention of the staff that we have, I am in full support, and I want to focus on and ensure that the obligations laid out in relation to our staff and the defined benefit plan up to this point is funded and is met. Our staff are under the impression that, you know, for however many hours they work, they get so much money back, and we have the obligation as a state to meet those obligations, and I think it plays a large role in retention of our staff.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
I was just going to point out that when you were talking about changing the target class size, I think that what Mr. Dorn was trying to specify was maybe asterisking that information to say this was able to be maintained through X number of dollars of CARES money, because that would directly show that we were only able to maintain those class sizes because of using $9 million, and that we need $9 million if they want us to maintain that class size instead of having larger class sizes. I don't mean to speak for Mr. Dorn, but I think that was the point that he was trying to make. So just adding that we had a smaller class size this year doesn't really explain why we were able to maintain that. Does that make sense?
Mr. Dorn?
Yes, so still the idea, if I might, Ms. Smith, that you'd have the two columns, but you would be able to, just with an asterisk footnote, that we were able to maintain that actual because of CARES. Yeah, and I have no problem with that. I think the stark number, seeing the contrast in numbers is really good, and so I'd have no problem with what you're saying, because that would lead to that conversation. Great, thanks for the suggestions.
Any other comments from board or suggestions? Seeing none, Ms. Tuttle, we can go to the vote.
Colonel Williamson?
Yes.
Thank you. Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you as well to the committee who worked on that. I appreciate all of your work, and Mrs. Herbie especially for getting that turned around and done so professionally and well. Thank you. Moving on to information and reports. Fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget presentation. Core value, center everything we do on the student and student learning. Chief School Administrator Karen Moline, accompanied by Andrew DeGraw, Chief Operations Officer, will goodness gracious, will present the administration's fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget. Mrs. Moline.
Thank you. One of the tasks of the administration is to bring to this board a balanced budget. And so we propose how we, as a district, can balance our revenue with our expenditures. That's our task. So we've done that, and so we present to the board how we as administration see a possibility of balancing that budget. This has been a particularly challenging task to find a way to balance our revenue with our expenditures while staying true to the reason we exist, and that's as a learning organization. It's been an emotional journey for the entire team to work through that clash, that when we would come to that point of clashing with what we had to do and what we had on the paper. But we have done it, and we're presenting here tonight our proposed balanced budget. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. DeGraw.
Just attempting to connect to Airtame via Airtame.
As we wait for this to get connected, just a reminder to the board, we will be having many budget discussions in detail with specific topics over the next few weeks. And so this is also an opportunity for the community to hear, if they did not tune in yesterday, for the more in-depth discussion.
And while we're just waiting, do you want an extension to 9:30? If we don't need it, that's fine, but.
Sure, go ahead before we get started.
All right, move that we extend to 9:30.
Second.
Anyone opposed? Seeing no one opposed, we're extended till 9:30.
There we go. All right, thank you, Ms. Moline, Ms. Luke. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and to present our FY23 proposed budget. Before I jump into the details, I just want to acknowledge and kind of echo what Ms. Moline talked about in the effort that has been put forward to put our proposed budget together this year. I've been in public education now for 13 years, and I will say this has been the most challenging budget process to date that I've experienced in my career. I want to acknowledge that as we go through numbers, data, figures, charts, information, sitting in a seat that is tasked with constantly looking at those numbers and analyzing data and money, and I sometimes can get lost in the numbers, and I often remind myself that there is a human impact to these numbers, whether it be staff members or the students that we're here to educate and to provide a quality experience to. So those things are not lost on me, and they're not lost on my office. And I just want the public and the board and staff to know that I do realize the human impact of a budget. And unfortunately, when we'll talk about this, unfortunately, we receive a specific amount of revenue each year, and that revenue is based on many factors. We've talked about the BSA here a little bit. We'll also talk about student enrollment and the enrollment trends that we've been experiencing over the last several years. And those are large factors that determine total revenue that we receive. And unfortunately, we are required to face the financial reality that we have in front of us. And so that's the nature of the difficult decisions that are in this proposed budget, and that we'll be debating and talking about over the next 5 to 6 weeks as we work to present a recommended budget to the borough. One last item, just want to thank the partnership working with Ms. Moline. Thank the ED group. The executive directors have worked hard in a lot of difficult decisions in their ranks as well. And then in my office, Ms. Sandy Weaver is a rock star, and Nico Herbert as well. They have been invaluable in providing me support, and they're often behind the scenes and oftentimes go unnoticed. And so I want to recognize their efforts. And then Rebecca Herbie in the communications department, she has done a wonderful job putting together the books and the documents that we have in front of us. So without further ado, we'll jump into the presentation tonight. So this first slide here, and this has been information that I have presented for several weeks now, have tweaked the numbers as new information has come in. There's many assumptions. We'll talk about this here a few different times. There's lots of assumptions that go into a budget and constantly moving parts, and we're constantly updating. And so our current FY23 deficit is estimated at $19 million. And our 2-year deficit out to FY24 is approximately $23 million. This chart itemizes that $19 million deficit, approximately $12 million short to start this year. And that's really identified in the amount of general fund expenditures, regular ongoing operating expenditures that we're in the current year subsidizing with CARES funds. So approximately $12 million. We have a $3.5 million additional loss due to the hold harmless clause. So FY23 will be year number 3 of that soft landing step down from the enrollment loss that we experienced last year. Another $2 million revenue loss due to increased assessed valuations here in the borough. Those increased valuations increase the minimum required contribution at the borough level, which is a dollar for dollar reduction in our state funding through the foundation formula. And then the last item is about a $1.5 million revenue loss due to a lower projected enrollment for FY23. Here we're looking at current year enrollment, how it played out, as well as projected enrollment for next year. So in the current approved budget, we have an approved enrollment projection of 12,458. Actuals based on our 20-day count in October.
Mr. DeGraw, I just want to let you know there are cars parked on, I guess, Fifth Avenue, and we need to get cars off of Fifth Avenue. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess so we can move cars off Fifth Avenue, because I guess they're going to go ahead and, yeah. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess to move vehicles, make sure nobody gets towed, myself included. We are ready back from our recess. We appreciate that moment. Mr. DeGraw.
All right, thank you, Ms. Luke. So here again, we're reviewing current enrollment. In our current approved budget, we have an enrollment projection of 12,458. Actual students who arrived in the fall, according to our 20-day count in October, it was 12,268. That was 190 students lower than projected. And then the projected enrollment for our proposed budget at this point in time is 12,191. So here we're looking, this slide, we're looking at a 10-year look back from current year. So current year, again, there's the 12,268 in 2022. If you go back 13 years, we've seen a total gradual, well, mostly gradual drop of 2,000 students. In 2020, there you see, from 2020 to 21, you see the 2,000 student drop during the pandemic. And this, again, aside from the BSA, #1 driver of state funding, as well as federal funding that we'll look at as well. So our projected revenues for FY23 are $183,600,000. And those revenues come from 3 main sources. We'll go over those here in a moment. That's there at the bottom of the slide you see, that will be a decrease of $7.5 million compared to FY22. And then a 10-year look back as well for revenue. And if there's one slide in the whole presentation that is kind of the wow slide, wow, not a good wow, a bad wow, this is it. So in 2013, we received $221 million in revenue. Fast forward to FY23, we're projecting $183 million. That's a decrease of $38 million every year compared to FY13. So again, I can't overstate the financial situation that puts the school district in. And it's kind of just, it's a significant slide. Fund balance, that also is a major factor in the district putting together a balanced budget. So on the left side of the slide, you see the state calculation, which measures general fund balance, unrestricted, and currently the district is at $0. The board policy 412 calls for a 6 to 8% general fund balance, and that's 6 to 8% specifically of general fund expenditures. So that would represent a range of from $11.5 million on the low end to $15 million on the high end of general fund, unrestricted fund balance. On the right side, we have the borough calculation, totally different calculation. It's established in borough ordinance. Right now, the fund balance, according to the borough's way of calculating it, is at $5.9 million. And that's a combination mainly of risk management funds, equipment replacement funds, and some transportation funds. So it's important to note that even in the borough calculation, unrestricted general fund balance is at $0, and the funds that they are counting technically have been committed for other purposes outside of general operating fund expenses. And then here's a visual chart of that borough calculated fund balance rising to a high point in 2017 and 18, and then dropping to currently just below $6 million. Side note on this, $0 in our general fund balance is a very precarious situation, not good, and it's significant. Even the $5.9 million that we have in other places that technically we could access, there would be complications with that, accounting rules and regulations, but that we could potentially get around. But even if we could access the $6 million, that represents about a week and a half of our operating fund expenses, one and a half weeks. Budget process timeline. This is a good reminder for stakeholders and folks wanting to provide input and feedback on the budget. I'm going to jump to currently where we stand now. Normally, we're doing this presentation at the beginning of February because of the amount of items on our plates this year. We're mid-February, we're presenting this to the board. And then through the months of February, the rest of February, and then most of March, the board will have several meetings, input opportunities at regular board meetings. Work sessions related budget have the potential to also have public testimony, and then obviously emails, surveys, different ways for stakeholders to chime in and provide their feedback. And then at the end of March, the latter part of March, the board will approve a final recommended budget after amendments, updates, changes at their pleasure. And then that recommended budget goes across the river to the borough by April 1st. The borough then reviews that. Major portion of that recommended budget is the ask, the borough, the local contribution that the board will officially request from the borough. And the borough will then consider that, our recommended budget, in combination with the ask, and work that into their budget. Their process for budget lasts from around the beginning of April through the second week of May, and typically they're wrapped up by that second week of May. If there's changes, if there's a local contribution that they approve that's different than what the board requests of them, then they're either up or down. Then the board would make adjustments to the expenditure amount that we approve in our budget. And then the board is typically finalizing the third version, the approved budget, the first regular meeting in June. And then that approved budget is due to the state from my office by July 15th. So that's the process timeline, just FYI for folks to be able to participate in the process. These are the main assumptions that we have built into the proposed budget. $5,930 is the base student allocation, BSA. We're assuming that stays status quo. A decrease in enrollment of 294 students. That's from the current approved budget of $12,485. And then we're assuming an increase in the local contribution of $2 million. One other assumption that I want to just communicate, make sure everybody's aware of, in the proposed budget, we have assumed a step increase for all eligible employees district-wide, but we are assuming 0 increases to the salary schedules and the various cells in those salary schedules, a 0% increase. So here we're getting into charts that are found in your books, in the proposed budget books. This is revenue listed out by all funds, so several funds. The top one, main fund that we work being the operating fund, $183.6 million. There's the difference from current year for the $7.5 million decrease. The two other budgeted funds are the next two, transportation and nutrition services. Slight increase in nutrition services, and then a bigger increase in transportation. That's due to fewer budgeted routes being run. Mr. Doran had a question yesterday on the number of routes, and that number is budgeted at 115 total routes being run. We're contracted for 130. Full reduced service that we started the year with was at about just shy of 100. So we're budgeting right in between those two numbers at 115. The other fund that I wanted to point the public's attention to is the Federal Programs Fund, second from the bottom. See significant increases there for the 23 year as well as current year, and that's due to, we're accounting for our CARES Fund allocations. So in the middle column, the 22 approved, that is a combination of our CARES 2 allocation as well as our estimate of consolidated grants. So our Title I grants and our 611B special ed grants. The total sum of those is typically right around 11 million, and it's that added in combination with our CARES 2 amount. So that's the 20.7 million that you see. And then in our proposed budget, it rises to 32. That's the 11 million consolidated grant amount added to our CARES 3 amount, which is about $21.8 million. So significant increases there, but just want to remind folks that those are one-time funds and they will not continue. Now to break down our general fund revenues, we'll start with local. Here, the top line, that's the main portion of our local revenue, is the borough contribution. There you see the $2 million increased ask. Currently, we're at $49.4 million, and we've increased that ask to $51.4 million. And then other local sources of revenue below for a total of $52.6 million. Our state revenue, the top line is the foundation funding, a decrease of $7.3 million. And then status quo in the other areas. The one area that will change are the bottom two items, the TERS and PERS on behalf amounts. Those are significant amounts that the state provides. It's kind of passed through. It comes to the district as revenue and it immediately goes right back out. And those are dollars to support our defined benefit retirement plans in the state. So a total reduction of state revenue of about $7.4 million. And then our federal revenue, the main source of our federal revenue is the middle item, impact aid. Those are dollars we receive for our military connected students that live off base and post as well as on base and post. And it's payment in lieu of property taxes that the borough doesn't have the ability to levy on those residences. So projecting a significant decrease there as well, also due to student enrollment declines. So in summary, I'm just summarizing the general operating fund revenues, local, state, and federal for a total of 183.6 and a $7.5 million decline from current year. On the expenditure side, this chart itemizes how we've allocated expenditures based on functions. So main categories: instruction, special education, school administration, district administration, operations and maintenance, etc. There, and you see comparisons to current year and how they compare. The other main category that we break out expenditures is by salaries and wages, benefits, contracted services, and then there are supplies and materials and equipment. The other line is accounting for transfers that the general fund makes to other funds. Historically, transportation and food services receives subsidies from the general fund. Currently, right now, we're only subsidizing the food services fund, not transportation. So now we'll get into the specific impacts of the proposed budget on the different areas of the school district. Just to remind folks, this is the driving really purpose of our budgeting processes, is to make sure that we can provide the best possible education for students. And yes, we're just obviously not being able to ignore the financial realities around us. So acknowledging this is a tough situation we find ourselves in, but again, attempting to allocate the resources we have the best possible way. So the elementary school section, so here we have I'll start on the left side, the reductions. Actually, I'll begin with on the right side, school closures. So there, we didn't itemize all of the reductions in those areas, but we have covered those in detail in several work sessions. And if folks would like that information, again, we can provide that information. On the left side, on the reduction side, we have a reduction of 38.6 certified staff. The vast majority of those are moving 6th grade over to the secondary ranks. So the secondary is going to see an influx of those 6th grade teachers. And then additionally, a 1.0 reduction in a program secretary at Barnett, and then a 0.5 exploratory magnet FTE teacher. In the secondary arena, we have an increase, a total net increase of 7 FTE in the certified staffing ranks. So outside of the migration of sixth grade teachers, there was a decrease in the secondary ranks as well. And these subsequent items in the investments on the left-hand side, the majority of these investments are adds to support middle schools with the increased enrollment levels. So safety assistants, assistant principal, secretary, counselor, et cetera. And then one CTE teacher add in the district-wide. Reductions, we have 4 FTE grade 6 secretaries, mostly at high schools, and then 2 FTE reduction in the small school allocation at Hutchison High School. District-wide investments and reductions. So I'll start with the investments on the left-hand side. In several of these items in the investment category are going to be restorations to the general fund from CARES. So last year, we shifted a lot of general fund expenditures over to CARES funding, and we knew, and this will be a theme going forward, there's, ultimately some of those items we moved to CARES will ultimately be reduced outright, cut outright. Others we realize and know we have to get them back into the general fund. And our special ed staff that we moved out last year, we knew that was going to be a high priority. Getting those positions back into the general fund also helps our maintenance of effort calculation. We're required to maintain specific levels of special ed funding in order to continue receiving the 6B11. I don't know, I always mess that up. Our special ed consolidated grant. We're required to maintain those levels of expenditures, and so that helps us meet those MOE requirements. We've also restored 3.3 FTE ELL staff from CARES. We've added 2 nursing positions. I'm trying to bolster the challenges we've had in nursing district-wide this year. So adding 2 positions there. A 1 FTE best teacher add due to increased enrollment, half FTE ASP staff restored from CARES again, and then increased best allotments tied to those increased best numbers, and then addition of cybersecurity software to our IT department to combat cybersecurity threats. On the reduction side, we have built in a reduction in the benefit rate to reflect reduced district benefit costs, a 3.0 FTE reduction in our shift custodians, a 2 FTE reduction in Star of the North certified staff, a 1.0 reduction in our CEC certified staff, 1.0 network technician reduction at the district office here, and then 0.5 each for the FEA and SEA president reimbursements, and then a reduction in 5 paid days for our SS school term employees. So this chart, and this is also in the proposed book, this chart is an illustration of the total staff reductions out of the general fund. We're going to talk CARES here as well, but just on the general fund side of things, you look at bottom line on the right side, bottom right corner, a reduction of 23.5 FTE, and broken out by function, similar to the prior expenditure chart. So to CARES, just before we jump into this topic, we're kind of conceptually, we're gonna be running to the general fund budget and the CARES budget simultaneously in parallel. So additional resources we have, we're utilizing those dollars, I feel, very effectively to support our regular operations and to continue. I mean, we're going to see itemized lists of what we're doing with CARES, and we really are supporting classroom instruction and support tremendously. So we'll basically be running two budgets simultaneously in parallel. First CARES slide here illustrates FY22 expenditures, planned expenditures through the end of this school year, broken out by CARES 2 in that middle left column, as well as CARES 3 in the middle right column. So CARES 2, the top line there, the 9.7 million, that's our total CARES 2 allocation. And then planned expenditures below that, 8.3 million of staffing and 86,000 in summer school, expenses for a total of $8.4 million. A total of, and then the bottom line is a very good illustration of the number of staff members we're supporting with CARES 2 alone, 123 FTE. In the CARES 3 allocation, the total allocation, $21.8 million. We have planned expenditures at this point of $4.6 million, $200,000 in summer school, and then $1.5 million in technology infrastructure upgrades, and then $300,000 in additional other costs, and then applying the indirect rate to this grant is approximately $1.3 million for administrative and overhead costs to administer the grant. Total expenditures there of just over $8 million for a remaining amount of just shy of $13.8 million. So this next to the bottom, and then just shy of 51 FTE supported in CARES 3. So the total remaining, that's going to be a key number as we begin the process of budgeting for CARES this budget cycle. So far right column, the second line from the bottom, that $15.1 million, that's going to be our estimated starting point for resources that are available to be allocated for FY23. And then the bottom, the asterisk, we always have to, these numbers are changing constantly. So just the disclaimer of subject to change. So our FY23 CARES proposed budget, based on here, the top line here, you see the $15.1 million that I just referenced of estimated amounts that we expect to be available to budget for FY23. I'm gonna jump and jump to I'm gonna jump over to the details of that proposed. So this is the proposed CARES FY23 budget. And you received this in your board packet. I just wanted to put it on the screen. It's not showing on the screen though. Okay, I'll continue. I'll verbally highlight this for the public. There's about 30 FTE in regular classroom teachers that we're proposing to fund for about $3.5 million. And then we currently have elementary and middle school math and literacy tutors as supports to buildings to help address the impacts of COVID-19. That's about 41 FTE at about roughly $2 million that we have that current year, and we're proposing to maintain that into FY23. And then we're also supporting our e-learning program at about just shy of $1 million, actually a little more than $1 million for our e-learning program that we're also supporting with CARES funds. One update that I'll verbally mention to the board is the secondary e-learning teacher line. That should read 2.0 FTE and not 1. So we're going to make that edit. We noticed that. And so, again, the public can't see it, but it's in the board packet on the FY23 CARES proposed budget. We're going to increase that e-learning teachers in the secondary ranks from 1 to 2. And then the last major item that we're proposing in that CARES budget is to continue to fund 7 maintenance positions in our FMD department, and that's just shy of $900,000. Get back to the presentation on the screen. So that's the detail of this slide that we're seeing right now. Total expenditures of just shy of $9.2 million. And that would leave remaining right around $5.9 million of CARES funds at the end of FY23. And the total FTE we're going to update to 100.5. This slide, and these numbers I recognize can get a little confusing, but what this slide is attempting to communicate is the difference in our current CARES expenditures for FY '22, comparing that to our proposal for FY '23 CARES expenditures. So I'll start on the far left, and we have, these are our items and positions that we've moved to another funding source. We're gonna continue to fund them in a different spot. So they're taken out of CARES, but they still exist. 1.0, the military support coordinator, that's gonna be picked up by a new DODEA grant. 2.4 ELL staff members, 1.0 best program secretary, and 24 sped staff that was referenced earlier. Those last three items are going back to the general fund. The middle column are outright reductions, they're cuts. The 28 FTE classroom teachers, and that's due to the PTR, implementing the actual approved PTR that we talked about yesterday in the work session. 11 shift custodians that are currently being funded by CARES reduced. 6.0 FTE e-learning teachers, 2.1 activity coordinator positions, and then 4.5 FTE other positions. And then the far right column are actual adds from the current CARES budget to the FY '23 budget. 1 recruiting technician in the HR department, 4 nurse managers. We have implemented a new organizational structure to address our nursing needs in schools, and those are new positions aimed at providing supervisory support to our nursing staff in schools district-wide. And then a one maintenance position in our FMD department. So current is 6.0, and we moved that to 7.0. And then 0.2 additional district-wide, that levels up that investment at 3 FTE from 2.8. So this is the difference in current CARES budget to our proposed FY '23 CARES budget. So I'm gonna shift gears here. Every budget process, every budget we put together, there are countless assumptions that we have to make in order to build that budget. And those assumptions oftentimes change and a lot of moving parts. And so this year was no different. It's actually a little more challenging, a lot of moving parts given the big rocks that we've been moving. And so at some point as we worked through the initial process of putting together our proposed budget, we realized there were certain assumptions that we couldn't necessarily continue to make. And so that led us to put together a proposed budget scenario B. And I will just say here officially, this scenario B will become the district's official proposed budget to the board. My office has told me, informed me, we'll be able to have the books by either Thursday or Friday this week, and we will get those out immediately, hopefully Thursday at the latest by Friday. And that'll help you folks see. We'll explain the differences here tonight, and those differences are articulated, but you'll have the book to really solidify those differences. So we'll start out, these are going to be the differences from the version that I just presented to this new scenario B that will become the default proposed budget. So I'm going to start on the far right side, start there. And it involves changing those assumptions, involves increased cost to the district. We're going to be increasing the benefit rate back to the current approved budget rate. So no change. We're not assuming any change in the benefit rate to the district. And then we're putting back in the 0.5 FEA president and 0.5 ESSA president reimbursements. So those items represent the increased costs from scenario A to scenario B. The middle column then are going to be, so to make up for those increased costs, we were required to go back and make reductions in other areas. And so the middle column illustrates outright reductions. The far left column is going to involve reductions from the general fund, but restored with CARES funds. Okay. So 14 FTE of teaching assistants in the kindergarten ranks. I'm in the middle column now. 3 FTE high school counselors, 1 media production specialist position that's here in the district office, 0.9 custodian positions, and then a 20% reduction in student activities district-wide, as well as a 20% reduction in district-wide supply accounts. The far left column, again, the public, you'll see these reduced out of the general fund, but we're going to see them picked back up in the Scenario B CARES budget. And we'll summarize all this here in a few slides. 18 FTE teaching assistants in the kindergarten ranks moved from general fund to CARES. 2 FTE assistant principals at the high schools moved to CARES. 1 system admin, and then a 0.5 SSM also moved to CARES. So again, these are the differences in the general fund from Scenario A to Scenario B. So CARES Scenario B. Here, and I'll also have a slide that has Scenario A CARES and Scenario B CARES next to each other too, to contrast the two. So here we see an increase, roughly speaking, it was an increase of cost of district of about $3.2 million, and roughly we reduced half of it, and we shifted the other half over to CARES funding. And so the second to the last line, you see the $10.6 million total expenses. So that's increased from the Scenario A, an increase of about $1.5 million. And then it subsequently reduces the amount remaining at the end of FY23. It also increases the FTE covered in CARES from about 100 up to the 121.4 that's shown on this slide. So here's the difference this is the reduction detail in CARES Scenario B. So again, we compared, we'll have Q&A time here in a minute. Comparing our CARES proposed Scenario B to current year FY22 CARES budget. Okay, so we just now, a moment ago, compared the proposed Scenario A proposed CARES budget to current FY22 CARES. Now we're going to compare the Scenario B CARES with current CARES expenditures.
Could I just interject to move to extend to 10 o'clock?
Second.
Any objection? Seeing none, we're extended till 10.
Can I ask?
Yes, Ms. Marati?
Before we move on to CARES, can I ask a clarifying question about general fund?
Yes.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you said that on the general fund Scenario B, that the reductions in that column are due to the increased expenditures in that column, but I only see the benefit rate change and the total of 1 FTE between FEA and ESSA president release. But in the reduction, so the offset to that is 14 teaching assistants, 3 high school, yada, yada.
Yeah.
How does that equate?
So the reason for the disparity, that's a good question, Ms. Marati. The reason for the disparity, appearance of the disparity, is the value of that increase in the benefit rate is about $3 million.
Okay, so most of it's the benefit rate.
Yes, the vast
How much
majority
is it for the FEA and ESSA reimbursement?
It's about between 120 and 130,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, what was that rate again for the presidents?
It's between 120 and 130,000
Okay, thank you.
for that combined 1.0 FTE.
Mr. Doran and then Mr. Sampson.
Okay. Just a clarification, this slide 32 up here and the one in our packet, and there's a difference, and you had mentioned it in your commentary that in that far right column, there's also the 5 paid days that would be kept for that ESSA already has, but it would keep that.
Thank you for reminding me of that, Mr. Doran. Yes, so that was a misprint in the packet that is out to the public, and I'll get this new version to Ms. Tuttle to resubmit and to replace. So yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, President Luke. You mentioned that the district paying the salary of the union president of FEA and ESSA, the portion of that payment, that is 120,000. And my question is what is the average salary of a district employee FTE?
That's a tough question to answer because there's a wide range of averages. So our current average teacher salary, including benefits, is just shy of $119,000. So 118, 718. And the average, I wouldn't be able to quote. We can provide that information, but there's a pretty wide range of support staff average salaries, just given there's a wide range of job duties, as well as, you have some 12-month support staff positions, and then you have a pretty wide range of salary as well, just depending on the responsibilities and duties and expertise levels, lots of different factors. So
I asked specifically to the salary. Is it safe to say that that 120,000 covers the vast majority of ESSA salaries?
repeat that question for me, Mr.
Would you say that 50% of ESSA employees, what I'm saying is basically that payment is the same as a full-time employee,
Yeah.
salary speaking, of an ESSA employee or a full-time
That's a fair assessment. That would equal out to, as you mentioned, about one teacher, and then depending on the support staff, it could be as many as close to 3 support staff.
Thank you.
Ms. Marati?
Thanks. So looking at page 72 of the budget, which is under HR, which is where the FEA and the ESSA president line items live, I get a total of 110,000. So is that additional 10,000? Where's that coming from?
Yeah, so when I mentioned 120 to 130, that would be actuals. So actual expenditures are going to be in the 120 to 130. We budget off of average teacher salary, and then I believe, I'll have to verify this, I'm not sure how we do the support staff president. That could be actuals.
So the 39,920 for FEA and the 32,087 for ESSA, those are not the actual numbers.
They're not, no. Those are averages, and oftentimes we do use averages. In our world, if we were required to use actuals in all areas, it would be an impossible task. So the 120 to 130 that I quoted it would be actuals, and yes, we do budget at about 110.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Proceed on. Good questions. We were on this slide, were we not? Yes, so comparing scenario B CARES to current FY22 CARES. The only difference from the prior slide that we looked at, comparing scenario A CARES to current year, is the far right column. So we've simply added more positions to this scenario of CARES. We've added the 18 teaching assistants there at the top line, the 1.9 other is added, the 2.0 high school assistant principals, and the 1.0 recruiting technician. So the only difference between scenario A CARES compared to the current year and this scenario is just more ads in the ad column. So here we'll look at the 2 CARES scenarios side by side. And again, as I mentioned before, scenario B will become, by the end of this week, our official proposal to the board. And there you see the 15.1 million top line starting point, a total expenditures estimated at 10.6 million towards the bottom, and with about 4.5 million remaining for FY24, and then a total FTE count of 121 positions supported with CARES funds.
Ms. Marotti? Mr. Doran? Oh, sorry, Ms. Marotti first, then Mr. Doran.
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Doran?
I just wanted to check for clarity, the, on the slide 37, FY22, are we really, those are really FY23. The use of the 9 or 10 million would be for this coming year.
Correct, FY23.
Great, thank you.
We'll fix that.
Not a problem. I know there are lots and lots of, thousands and thousands of numbers.
That's correct.
And then, just to summarize, this slide does show a nice illustration also in the FTE arena. There's the 22 roughly added positions, the bottom right corner, 22 added positions. That's the 18 teaching assistants, the assistant principals, et cetera, that are added. Just another way to look at that, these are the, just comparing by, is kind of a repeat, just seeing the added additions to CARES, scenario A compared to scenario B. And then this slide, really, because I talked about this earlier, because we're running really two budgets in unison at the same time, this is helpful in that it puts a sum on both budgets. And so we see staff reductions in both CARES as well as the general fund. And again, we'll focus on scenario B. So under scenario B, it's a total FTE reduction of 52 positions. Again, FY23 proposed compared to current year. And then a total general fund reduction of positions of roughly 69 FTE for a total of 121 reductions. And then this last slide illustrates the 2-year step-down plan that we're proposing to implement. The left, I'll start at the left side of the slide. That's our $19 million starting deficit. And then the factors below are how we're attempting to start to climb the mountain or tackle the challenge. This $9 million in budget cuts, I'm going to correct this as well. Technically, it's approximately $7 million in expenditure cuts, and then the $2 million in additional assumed revenue from the borough. So I'm going to add in a line there. So $7 million in budget cuts, $2 million in additional borough revenue, $3 million from school closures, and then approximately $7 million in CARES grant funding expenditures. You'll notice a difference. You might think, well, that's a difference from the $9 million. And this is, I'm not including in that the 41 COVID impact teaching assistants that we're providing to schools for COVID-related supports. So that's the reason for the difference there in the CARES expenditures. And then if we successfully implement, if we successfully implement our FY23 plan, we would have an estimated FY24 starting deficit of approximately $11 million. And that's made up of rolling forward the $7 million in CARES expenditures to FY24, and then the last year of the hold harmless step down will occur. So that would be a loss of additional $2 million in state revenue based on existing enrollment projections. And then approximately $2 million in salary increases for a step granted to eligible employees district-wide. that concludes my presentation.
Questions from the board? Mr. Doran?
I have 3.5. The last two are, it's like a two-part question, so you can
Let's
give
do,
me one or two, and then,
let's do the one, and then we'll go back to the board and see if there's any other questions.
okay, let me start with the borough, the $2 million. That is because of the adjustment the state makes um, in light of rising property values in the borough. They deduct a certain amount from their contribution, which would be the BSA. So when we look at that, we're not actually asking more in straight dollars. Yes, we're asking more from the borough because the state is asking them to put in more, but the net effect for us is really no increase because it's just staying, it's just, maybe you might explain. I think you know that my question is.
Yes.
Am I,
I would say that's an accurate statement, Mr. Doran, of that you're stating. We're asking the borough to replace the $2 million in lost revenue through the local contribution.
okay, so it's actually kind of like a status quo because the state's not changing their amount. And
yeah, I would say status quo for total revenue, between state and local revenue, but I wouldn't be able to say it's status quo for the borough.
Right.
In their situation, that they would probably beg to differ that it's status quo.
Right, and understandably so. Okay, but I think that's important, just that the public knows that we're just trying to, in that request, we're just
Offset a
asking,
loss.
offsetting.
Correct.
If we really were to request to ask the borough to increase the actual contribution, or the impactful contribution would be more than $2 million.
Yeah, and just let me briefly explain how that dynamic works, because it's probably a little difficult for the public to understand. The state foundation formula, it takes, we input enrollment, and then it runs that enrollment through a variety of different multipliers. It comes with an adjusted total enrollment, and then it multiplies that adjusted enrollment by the BSA, by 5930, and it comes up with a total basic need. It's called the basic need. And then what the state does is from that basic need, they subtract two things. They subtract deductible impact aid. So when we get impact aid money, we don't necessarily get it all, because about half of it the state subtracts from that basic need. And then they subtract the minimum required local contribution. And when the property values increase in the borough, it increases that minimum required local contribution, which increases the amount that the state subtracts from our state funding. So just to clarify for the public how that works.
Mr. Sampson?
Thank you. That process is found under Alaska Statutes 1417, 510. Although I'm still left with questions after going over that statute, and it refers back to my question I had yesterday, and I want to be clear for the public that just because the federal government reduces the funding to this district by, say, 10 million, it's not necessarily a plausible argument to say that the municipality should make up that difference. Now, when we're talking about the state reducing its contribution via the assessment of the borough, that's a different story. And so my question is this, is the same question that I had yesterday, and it's one that we need to clarify. And I'm not saying that if they didn't increase their coffers due to the increased assessment, that we shouldn't, it's still not a plausible argument to ask them to make up the difference from the state. But I am saying this is my question. The increased evaluation in borough net value decreased the state funding to this district by $2 million. Due to that decrease that we saw that is related to the increased value of the borough, the net value, did the borough see a $2 million increase in funds? And if they didn't, I want to know that. If they did, well, by golly, that's a fair argument when we go to the municipality. And if it's not the case, we better come up with another argument.
Absolutely, I would agree with that 100%, Mr. Sampson. And I'm venturing to guess there's going to be a story, not a story, but the borough will find itself in challenging financial situation, maybe not as dire as our situation, but they're going to have budget challenges the same way we are, just maybe to a lesser degree. So there will be a robust debate around this topic. There also is a very legitimate debate between the state's responsibility and local municipality responsibility. And just kind of a linear hit to school districts and boroughs found in that state funding formula. That's a legitimate debate that there's some strong opinions on here locally that I agree with. That's something that is probably due to be relooked at, but that's something that goes way beyond my pay grade. But I just acknowledge that there are some very legitimate arguments and positions centered around what is fair and equitable between state funding and local funding.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. My second question is regarding the BSA, the Bait Student Allocation by the state. There are two bills currently, well, as Ms. Mullane so clearly pointed out, that the BSA has stayed the same for 6 years, and next year would be the 7th year that there has been no change. But there are two bills before the state right now that going through the House at the moment to increase the BSA over the next 2 years, and then that's House Bill 272 and then House Bill 273 would inflation adjust it subsequent to that. Certainly something that we might ask the public to advocate or express their opinion on. But if we should see that, do we have any idea of what that would mean for our district?
So great question, and this is kind of an overall topic that we'll continue to look at through the process. I'm in the process of costing that out, Mr. Doran, and at our first work session, I will have an estimate of what HB 272 would provide the district in additional resources. This is a bill that we want to advocate for strongly. Ms. Mullane, as well as several board members, I'm sure, are heading to Juneau in the coming weeks. If I'm able, if my schedule allows, I will also be heading to Juneau to meet with legislators and to advocate for this bill. And it would be significant because it would be a permanent addition in revenue. And we'll talk about one time, and we talk about one time often, and a permanent increase to our revenue would be beneficial to us, needless to say. And the reason is that the staffing reductions we see, Ms. Mullane and I, executive directors, have discussed at length, is what is our plan if and when we see additional revenue sources pop up in the next 2 to 3 months. And our intention, our desire, our hope is that we'll be able to add significant staff back to the proposed budget. And so extremely important to advocate for that bill, and we hope for that. It would also be beneficial for us to receive one-time funding as well. And if we, in the unfortunate event we don't receive an increase to the BSA, the HB 272 is not successful, we still will be advocating for one-time funding, which would still allow us to temporarily restore a significant number of positions depending on how large that one-time appropriation might be.
Thank you.
Did you have a second one?
My last one, do you want me to do A and B? It's my third one. It's kind of
Yes.
they're related.
I just want to be cognizant of time. because it's almost 10 and we have
Right.
one more topic of
Right, okay.
business.
So these are pretty short answers. Could you just give us the, and for the public, in our book, we talk about the multipliers, and I don't want you to go into details tonight. We'll get into that later on. But I think for the public, how much when we talk about that BSA amount, how much that actually amounts to for our in-person students with the multipliers, and then if you could give me the amount that it comes out to for a homeschool student, because I know we get slightly less per student.
Yeah, so the way the foundation formula works is you input actual student enrollment by school into the model, and then it goes through, as you mentioned, Mr. Dorn, a series of different multipliers. The first one is the school size multiplier. So a smaller school receives a greater multiplier than a large school. You have a special ed multiplier, a CTE multiplier.
So being cognizant of time, could you, what the dollar is in general?
So I can't give
That's an art.
specific numbers tonight. I can bring that at a future work session. It roughly multiplies 1.0 ADM up to somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.6 to 1.8 ADM, depending on the circumstances. And so that 5930 is multiplied, each student equates out to 1.7, let's say, and it would be 5930 times the 1.7. So each student brings in more technically than 5,930. I'll want to put a pencil to the numbers before I give numbers. But the homeschool, to answer your question on the homeschool, it's 90% of the BSA, which equates out to $5,337.
Okay, thank you. And my second part to that question, and my last one for tonight, was in terms of someone going through the budget. We make reductions in virtually every department to stand out. SPED, and you addressed that earlier, gets a significant increase. BEST gets a significant increase of $575,000. I don't want to get into details tonight. We'll do it, but I just want to make sure I understand. That's 575 is a direct investment, plus we would need to factor in if it has its own building. So there are building costs that would be added to that as an investment.
Yes, they would be among a number of different programs that would reside in that repurposed building. Yes.
If there are others. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that would be factored in. Thank you. You've answered my question.
We are going to go ahead and move on.
Okay. Can I make a 15-second?
If there's, yes, please do. I just want to be respectful of time.
Absolutely. I just want to reiterate what I said at the front end of this presentation, that I care deeply about this school district. I grew up here. I attended K through 12. I'm a product of this school district, and my kids attend school here currently, and just very, very passionate about this school district, and I want the public to know that despite the difficult challenges that are in front of us, I'm optimistic because of good people that work in this district at all ranks. I have the ability every once in a while to be in schools and to witness staff, support staff, teachers in the trenches, educating children, and it's a wonderful thing to see. And so this is difficult for me. I acknowledge the human element to the numbers, and just am confident that we can, as we continue through this process, that we'll be able to approve a budget that continues to provide a quality education despite those financial challenges. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Last item of business is FNSBSD reduction in force plan. Goals and objective: ensure students, staff, families, and the community are informed, connected, and engaged with the district Chief School Administrator Karen Moline will provide an overview of the district's reduction in force plan. The plan is scheduled to come before the board for action at the March 1st, 2022 regular meeting. Mrs. Moline.
Thank you. So what we have here is the district's reduction in force plan as designed in Alaska Statute 14.2.177 that permits a school district to adopt a RIF plan for implementation if it becomes necessary. And there are two categories by which that can happen, and that's a decrease in enrollment and a decrease of basic need, which Mr. DeGraw kind of lined out a little bit earlier, and we qualify under both options. We've all heard the numbers and the revenue drops, so we don't need to go into that anymore. But due to that, it is possible that the district would have to lay off currently employed tenured teachers. So those numbers are in the plan if needed. The plan includes 47.6 FTE elementary, 21.5 FTE secondary, and 1.0 FTE career and technical education. I do want to just note that we may never have to do this plan, but we need to have it, according to state statute, we need to have a plan in place. So with that, there are details on the processes and the procedures that'll happen if we do have to implement the plan here in the document.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. Mr. Doran?
Just one question. We've seen this similarity in the past, and I know it's updated with current numbers, but other than that, it's basically the same plan.
It is basically the same process and procedure that's been in previous plans.
Great, thank you. That's what I thought. I just want to get the confirmation. Thanks.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much, Ms. Moline. We will see this on our March 1st board meeting. And it looks as though I need a motion to adjourn. We are going to forego board comments since we've had to extend so much.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.